My old man got me into gaming back when I was a toddler. Things may be a bit different compared to the mid 90s, and I'm not just talking about the graphics. You see, my old man's changed a bit since then. Yep, he died. Undertale is a game that I haven't put much thought into in nearly a decade. Since chances are you're clicking on this because you enjoy Undertale and most viewers aren't subscribers, just a funny way that YouTube works, it's safe to say that you're familiar with it. Its story and characters likely resonated with you, be it a decade ago or more recently. But don't worry, for those that clicked because you watched my other stuff, or the title got to you, I'll go over the game's plot as the video goes along, as well as a basic setup in this section. Wow, huh? It's as if this section exists for the context in all of my videos. But like I said, it's been like a decade. I stopped following along before Deltarune got its first chapter release in 2018. I had grown up on the SNES and the like, so I was familiar with what inspired the game. It wasn't hard to get my attention. My family had been playing the Nintendo console since back when it was in fact just called the Nintendo by people. The entertainment system was before my time, but my old man quite enjoyed it as a youngling. Amongst the games that inspired Undertale, the one that I am the most familiar with is Chrono Trigger. I believe my old man played it sometime after I was shat on to this bitch of an earth, a seminal series. Many other games can find that impacted them due to its fresh take on the JRPG genre. And no, seminal is not related to semen, if you are wondering. Another fun fact of the chronological trigger is that the art for the characters was by the guy that brought us Floating and Screaming. I'd show footage, but anime gets hit for copyright on YouTube, so just settle on seeing this picture of famed Nerevar-flavored himbo, Son Goku. Though I'm also somewhat familiar with the Mother/Earthbound series, which, after having played Undertale finally for myself, I can feel it deep inside of my bones. That's got plenty of DNA from it. The humor is one of the things that got me the most. It made me nearly pass out laughing, twice I believe. Not the hardest thing, mind you, but if you've never blacked out and made your roommates think you died from laughing too hard, have you ever truly lived? Hit me with that death screen and shit up. Hit me with that death screen and shit once more, Asgore. But it's also in its darker moments that finds commonality with Earthbound. Good time to say it, but spoilers for Undertale. Well, spoilers for a lot of stuff, actually. You likely shouldn't watch this if you were sensitive to spoilers in general. The last series that I should mention that inspired Undertale, that I know of the least amount, is the Toho Project game series. They're bullet hells, inspiring the combat of Undertale, which aren't really my kind of games, but like, I had some fun with it in Undertale. I've seen footage of the Toho series. It looks ball-crushingly hard, and not in any way that I would deem fun. Its sister game, Deltarune, to Undertale, not a sister game to the Toho Project series. That's a game series that's been around longer than my cousin. Deltarune is still in production, and does seem to have more interesting gameplay behind it. As well, I've been told by some white people on the internet that Undertale was actually the spin-off, made to fund the production of Deltarune. I guess it's time to bring up the creator of Undertale and Deltarune before I go too much further. Toby Fox, aka the Annoying Dog, aka Flug Radiation. The man, the myth, the maverick. This man can fit so much talent into his chronically pained wrists. He made at minimum one ROM hack, at least one song, and at least one game made that wasn't a ROM hack. That might not sound impressive, but have you made one of each of those things? Maybe. I don't know you probably, unless I do. Anyway, this Wunderkind is the Grand Master Brain Wizard that realized that there should be a friendly RPG where nobody has to die. Now, are there other RPGs where you can decide not to kill? Yeah. But like, Most games default to shit needs killing and you're the plunger. In most games, you are a hero because you kill off the monsters. This game posits the notion that monsters are just dudes who eat ice cream and jerk off. Just like you. Or maybe you jill off. I don't know your masturbatory methods, most likely. Also, this is off script, but there's another game that inspired Undertale, but I know basically nothing about it. In fact, if I remember right, Toby hadn't even played the game yet himself because it wasn't translated into Japanese. I'll try and throw the picture of it, the cover on screen or something, but basically, it's a game where I think he plays a monster, and the hero went through already and killed a bunch of people, and so you gotta go around and help people. I think that got a translation recently. I think it's on the Switch. I don't know if it's on PC. Anyway, back to the script. To restate my relationship with Undertale before having played it for myself, I'd watched others play it, read up on the lore and all that, around a decade ago. So some of my pronunciations and the like will be based on that time period, or I'll use them interchangeably, not just because it's funny, but also because it's funny. Without further ado, I believe that it is time to jump into the game fully. Unlike my previous videos, I won't be talking about the characters first. I decided to cover the story first, introduce the characters as they come along, and then after the whole story, I'll go into deeper dives for the characters. You'll understand why I have to cover this tale in this manner after the story is over. The narrative has some interesting quirks about it that make discussing the characters a bit harder to do. At least at my current writing/plotting skill level. Also, time is a thing that happens. I only have so much of it. Like grains through the hourglass. It's time to go to a land where it gets curiouser and curiouser. Having foreknowledge of some interesting bits, I decided to name the fallen child Kara, or Chara, depending on how you want to say it. The game refers to it as the true name. We will find out why much later. After our fall down into a big ol' hole, we ended up on a bed of golden flowers. Equipped with only a stick and a bandage, we're off to a better start than some RPG protagonists. It's not long before we encounter our first NPC, a smiling flower. He presents himself as a friend, willing to help us out in this new world we find ourselves in. As it struggles to be born, we have found ourselves in the time of monsters, which includes this new friend of ours, as he tries to take advantage of us. Though, I already knew about this ahead of time, plus those looked like attacks anyway. May have worked on somebody newer to the genre, but that's the fun thing about subverting expectations. A newcomer wouldn't have suspected anything. But somebody like me who just stayed in these kinds of games in front of our CRT back in the 90s, the surprise is a bit dulled. Still though, we ended up learning about souls and LV, which come into play during the game, and best of all, we get to meet our future guardian and friend, Toriel. With a kind motherly figure here to help us, something that I'm especially sensitive to, I'm quite ready to follow her wherever she wants us to go. We encounter our first save point. A recurring theme is that the human child is filled with determination from their surroundings, be they something wholesome or otherwise, at times. Toriel, whose name is very much indicative of her role in the story, is here to teach us how the ruins, and by extension, the rest of society for the monsters functions. They really fucking love puzzles. I read somewhere that it was originally to keep humans out. Since the average human is a dipshit and would get stumped, It'd give the monsters time to run away or prepare to attack the human, while they struggled with a puzzle intended for children. Any D&D table can help show this in both full effect and in real time. Though I do see signs that she's a bit too helpful. She's prepared the puzzles to ensure that we do not need to even try to solve them. Some white people like to complain about yellow ledges or whatever in modern gaming. This game predates the modern judgment by nearly a decade, though it still understands that having bright colors in certain areas can help a lot, especially with a simpler art style. Which isn't to say that bright colors can't be used effectively in modern games. I'd say my main issue is just that, who painted all those ledges? If it has an in-game explanation, it helps more, which, going by that logic, God of War explains its use of yellow ledges and the like better than how the Souls series explains how their Snapple caps function. Like, where is the info coming from? I don't know, nor do I drink Snapple, so the concept befuddles me to this day. Her statement of pride for accomplishing such a small task can seem patronizing, but don't forget, we're like 8 years old in this game. And as some real 8 or even 5-year-olds have to deal with, this child must contend with those that wish to do them harm. Our newly adoptive mother shows us how combat works in this game, or rather, how not to engage in combat, to instead choose the path of the pacifist. Though she does intend for it to be a method to just wait for her to catch up and deal with the enemy, this lesson helps form a core element of the philosophy of this game. Toby and I come from very different backgrounds from what I can tell. So for me personally, I was used to having to fight back as a kid. His more loving upbringing led to him wanting to show that through love and care, our enemies can be defeated. It's a hopeful endeavor. She's pleased with us for not doing a violence and calls us good for it. Being called a good child triggers the dopamine in my brain. Making sure to do as she wishes is vital towards continued rewards like that. Our first real fight is against a frogget, but as instructed and to ensure that we are a good little pacifist, we just compliment the creature before Toriel steps in and gives it the evilest eye this side of the Mediterranean. What's interesting is that there are still plaques that explain the way to solve puzzles, so you can see how you may have solved them with a little bit of thought, or at least trial and error. This moment, when she took our hand and guided us while looking back so lovingly, brought me to tears a bit as I was playing. Her smothering behavior comes from a place of love, and as we find out later, loss. I do find it funny that she says puzzles might be too dangerous, and then I immediately find out that I can't be injured by this one at all. Mother Toriel tests our capabilities by having us walk down a hallway by ourselves. A lesser second grader may have suffered greatly from this endeavor, but not only did we survive, we thrived and found her hiding place. Is this pillar a fucking JoJo's reference? This was to test our independence, since she must head off to do something without us, for some reason, and doesn't want us wandering off and getting got by some amphibians. But this greatest of all time mother does give us a parting gift. A cellular device. She leaves us, telling us to be good, and with that, we must wait for her. So of course I immediately call her after having seen such a thing after I tried exploring on my own. And again. And again. Eventually, she runs out of things to say. But I haven't, so I ask her about herself. Calls herself just a silly little lady that worries, but she seems quite plump to me. Next, I must tell her that she's my mom now. And of course, what do you do with your mother besides trying to flirt with her? She may think she's too old, but that only makes her more enticing, so we try again. Interesting child. That's one way of putting it. Also, with knowing what I know, it raises questions of autonomy that could lead to equally interesting answers that I don't think we'll end up getting in this game. But this isn't a Far Cry game, so there's no waiting puzzle ending in an alternative game, so we set off. Only to get called by her once we step through the doors. She repeatedly has told us to be good. But what does it mean to be good? What are her metrics for good in a world where her people are forced underground and our own commit atrocities without fear of punishment? But a nice play in the leaves helps us get enough determination to ignore such existential quandaries. We encounter our first real fight shortly after, and learn that life is difficult for this frog that wants our soul. But we manage to scare them away, and spare their troubled life. There is another frog that tells us about how we can show mercy towards those that do not wish to fight us anymore. Man, if only you could just finagle your way out of being hate crimed in real life like that. Of course, I get racially profiled not long after by some moth or something. Thankfully, they by default had no killing intent towards us, so we let them also leave peacefully. The game tutorializes how to use the menu by letting us take a piece of candy. We do not take another, for to be too greedy is to welcome sins to attach to our corporeal form. Our first real puzzle, and its entire basis is that of gravity damning us, since before we were even born. How cruel. Truly, a question that would stump the greatest minds of not just our generation, but all that came before and will come after. Though with the threat of thermonuclear war looming over us, perhaps it's a bit hasty to take into account those born during this time of monsters. But the answer is cinnamon, of course. How would a purely cinnamon pie even work? She would be so dry. Anyway, there's some rocks what need the tender touch of a perfectly normal human child. First of all, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Secondly, my worst nemesis, memorization puzzle. Who even wrote these? Toriel? I know she supposedly doesn't use contractions, but I feel like I've caught her using at least one before. Finally, I've arrived at the domain of the 10th dentist. Different from the 10th doctor, since this fuck isn't played by a dragon. This rock is making free choice seem more and more like a mistake every day. Cheese, please. We meet a fellow genderless being, a spooky ghost that wishes to bed rot on some leaves. I like to think we're just too polite to step on them. Learning our lesson from the rock, we know that force must be used if we are to have our own way. Thankfully, Napstablook has crippling depression and isn't much of a threat to a child. Plus, they cry themselves a rather swanky hat, becoming Dapperblook. I've met people like Napstablook. Depressed, low self-esteem. They just need some affirmations and love. And sometimes baked goods. Speaking of, this is not even on script. I just thought of baked goods as a thing I can create. There's a bake sale going on to support spiders. They sell baked goods made by, for, and of spiders. Spider cannibalism can be a regular part of your life too if you're willing to support their cause, which I am. There's some more tutorial frogs, covering stuff like skipping dialogue, going full screen, and how all the colored names work for sparing enemies. I've changed it to pink through some shenanigans, though I kinda regret it since the pink was hard for me to see at first. I had to adapt to it. I love that the yellow and pink names are just name tags that they put on when they want to be spared. It reminds me of some concepts of like free use badges for sex festivals / parties. Remember, despite what we may have learned from a rock, Consent is in fact key. Mom calls us to explain that we have finite space in our pockets. Inventory space being determined by pockets is also tying back to the Far Cries. Zelda 2, Link the Twink struggles with storing all the rupees he finds. A fucking vegetable tried to kill me, but I let it go after it feeds me its children or something? The concept of food? I find Napstablook in another hole. They take bed rotting to a competitive level. Next up on the fuck this child in particular, but not in an Epstein kind of way, is a pile of jello and a bug. They too learn the fury that is a very forgiving child. Turns out that bugs just need to not be distracted by sexy slimes. A creature named or called Luke's Eyewalker, which I only just now got the joke for as I was writing this, wishes for us to not bully its big bulbous peeper self. By not mocking this little fella, we manage to spare its life, or whatever life it has left. The next area is a bit lengthy and the gimmick only entertains me so much. But basically for a few rooms, it's the same room but from different angles, so we gotta remember where the switches are. This shit took a while. And then two one-eyed little bitches decided I was to be dogged on, so I had to dog back at them with kindness. And no, kindness is not the name of my baseball bat. We end up catching up to Goat Mom as she's returning with groceries. She tried to call us before noticing us as we arrived in front of her house. A dead tree looms in her front yard, and she asks us if we are hurt. She has a surprise for us, but I'm allergic to story progression, so I go and check out this dope vista of some city or something. Oh boy, I sure hope I get to go and explore that and see what the monster civilization actually looks like instead of just being alluded to. She welcomes us into her home with a butterscotch cinnamon pie, as well as something else that I've got descriptions to read. The table in her room, it's set for 2 adults and a child. That there is seemingly only her. She keeps a chocolate bar on hand here. Her motherly experience has taught her the ways of bribery. Down below, though, something she doesn't want us to see. Up top, she's got more love to give. Breaking into her mother's home, we find a diary full of awful puns, a tsundere plant, and her scandalous sock drawer. Out of her room are more signs of previous children, broken crayons in a drawer. It's me! Finally checking out our new room, a bucket of toys rests at the end of the bed. This child had only recently been learning how to read a book on their own, and now they're in a bedroom previously belonging to a child that we haven't even seen yet. The basement scene could have worked well as a lead into a horror story, though a mildly lazy one since so predictable. And this game's story is far more meaningful than any horror story I've ever heard of. Amongst the other evidence of previous children, now understood to be plural, is a series of children's shoes in different sizes. It's an interesting touch, how it changes the tone mid-note. I accidentally go to sleep, but wake up to find a slice of pie on the floor, placed there by my new mother Toriel, who seemingly also tucked us in. She's loving in a way that I'm not familiar with from a maternal figure. It's unconditional. This is just her child now in need of care. I ignore the question of when I can go home, to instead ponder further on the dining table and what it means. I find it more interesting that it isn't interactable, that nothing is said about it, that the things that you can learn or at least infer from it are not directly stated. Bethesda could learn a thing or two from that environmental storytelling. When it finally comes time to bring up the idea of leaving the ruins, she rushes off to the basement that she told us not to go into. At the end of the hallway is the exit from the ruins. but she wishes to destroy it, and tells us that by going upstairs, we would be good. Something I learned early on in life is that what a mother tells you is good is not generally what good is. I do check to see if there is reactivity for going upstairs, but there isn't. Catching up with her again, she says that every time a child has come into her care, they leave and are killed by somebody named Asgore. Then says that we are to go to our room. I was told to go to my room many times as a child, with a lock placed on the other side to keep me in there. So the repression of freedom is something that I'm not a stranger to. She wishes to see how well we can respond to and overcome violence. I learned how to do this when I was 5, so I'm better equipped for it than most 8-year-olds are. When I check her out, non-sexually this time, it says that she knows what's best for us. Like a certain employee once said, I disagree. They see you as small and helpless. They see you as just a child, surprised when they find out that a warrior will soon run wild. Prepare for your greatest moments. Prepare for your finest hour. The dream that you've always dreamed is suddenly about to flower. We are lightning, straying from the thunder, miracles of ancient wonder. This will be the day we've waited for. This will be the day we open up the door. I don't want to hear your absolution. Hope you're ready for a revolution. Welcome to a world of new solutions. Welcome to a world of bloody evolution. In time, your heart will open minds. A story will be told. And victory is in a simple soul. Your world needs a great defender. Your world's in the way of harm. You want a romantic life, a fairy tale that's full of charm. Beware that the light is fading. Beware as the dark returns. This world's unforgiving. Even brilliant lights will cease to burn. Legends scatter. Day and night will sever. Hope and peace are lost forever. This will be the day we've waited for. This will be the day we open up the door. I don't want to hear your absolution. Hope you're ready for a revolution. Welcome to a world of new solutions. Welcome to a world of bloodless evolution. In time, your heart will open minds. A story will be told. And victory is in a simple soul. Eventually, due to our low health and whittling down her will to fight, her attacks avoid us. I actively try to get hit at least once since I heard that that's a thing that can happen. But even with me trying to get hit, she won't allow it. Her saying that she'd take good care of us here, it got to me. It all did. After she gives us the freedom to leave, I decide to go looking for where she went. In doing this, it helps set a precedent for backtracking to find something interesting. I try taking a nap in the bed before going further. I get a weird dream of a deep voice telling the fallen child to wake up, that they are the future of both humans and monsters. On the way back to where we fell, I ran into a trio of sultry slimes, but they are no match for me telling them to fuck off. Once I get to where we fell, I find her, Mother Toriel. These flowers seem to have more meaning than just their ability to prevent a child's death. Unlike most monsters we find, those fuckers want as dead as snails. But it's finally time to leave these ruins of a bygone era. Unfortunately, we run into a certain flower. kill or be killed. I think a Scotsman once said something about absolutes. Without further ado, it is finally time to help end this. Wow, how welcoming. And nice, our movements are being watched by some unseen force. Good to know that our taxes goes towards making sure that 8-year-olds can't go unnoticed. Jokes aside, I grew up in an area that looked like this. If it weren't for climate change, I could look out the window and see a woods just like this. It's all slushy right now. Do you think somebody with a bigger stick hit it and it broke? Like any good child in a horror movie, I got to check the thing stalking me. But what I end up finding would scare most people. White people, the most terrifying creatures on the planet. Having now met two new monsters in the forms of a CEO Eliminator and Patrick Starr, the cast is showing off more of the game's humor. This man must have served aboard the Pillar of Autumn, with all the condiments he's got stocked. After all that, this white guy has a favor to ask of us. He leaves the wrong way. An early hint that he's actually a Looney Tunes character in disguise. In the next area, we find out that since we play as an 8-year-old, we have access to Minecraft's Ender Chest. Though it seems this kid has their game modded, the texture is all wrong. Within it, we are able to store items that we don't currently want. A handy game feature for an item gremlin. The first of the snowy monsters for me to find a way around killing, he's a teenage comedian. Now, it might be weird if I fight more than one of him, but I don't recall if that happened or not. Nearby, I found a fishing pole. Turns out that some weirdo is taking the "there's plenty of fish in the sea" concept of dating a little bit literally. After that, some bratty shit kid goes around picking fights with people because he's insecure about his hat. Or is it his hair? It's not long before we ran into the Bone Bros again. White people are fucking weird, man. Is this why they eat cheese with maggots in it? Anyway, we can see that the taller brother, Papyrus, has self-esteem issues and is willing to nap a kid about them. I come across his sentry station, which for all of his in earnestness, seems kinda shit. A better looking one, in many ways, lays not far away. What is he? A T-Rex circa 1993? During his fight, we learn how to not move for once. A nice way to connect a quirk with a game mechanic. After we fondle this Fido, we're able to leave him in peace to go and indulge his addictions. Sans helps double down on the game mechanic by using the color of piss to try and confuse us. But knowing enough about the gay community, I know how to avoid unnecessary piss. I then engage in the activity that's somehow even more gay than water sports: ice skating. Unfortunately, my attempts at stardom are thwarted by another doggo, the lesser dog. Thankfully, he's, fairly easy to please. After pampering that pooch, we found ourselves in the company of a snowman. Unlike the slushy shithead from Mario 64, this one's request is more reasonable. To bring a part of him with us to somewhere far away. This, of course, raises a lot of existential questions, like, is he basically handicapped and nobody gives a shit that he's stuck there forever? Is this man damned to remain there, alone, with only the chance encounter with the deadliest being in the realm? Speaking of deadly, we meet up with Sans and Papyrus again. You know what, Sans? Maybe he is cool. My outside clothes have been the same all winter since I don't go out much, but I don't take it as far as to never take them off. Up ahead, we run into this blue bunny selling off some iced creams. Or rather, nice creams. Turns out that monsters also don't want the stuff in the cold. Not me, though. I like ice cream all year round. Unfortunately, the local ice cream place not only closes in the winter, but I've been told they financially support one of their family members that's a sex offender. Gotta love rural areas where you can't really buy in more than one place. At least there's a good store the next town over, but they're also closed in the winter. Like any good child, I engage in ball. I play with the orb. I bring the sphere to its natural habitat. A hole. Nearby, there's another example of the surveillance state. Did you know that in the United States there are 70 to 85 million cameras, and yet 460,000 to over 800,000 children go missing every year? Most are found, but even 1% of those kids not being found immediately is still horrible. Just like Sans' business practices. I'd hate to be a dog trying to find a red rocket within a pile of dank kush, but not nearly as much as I'd hate to befall yet another puzzling ambush. I actually do try and solve some of it, but I guess, unlike some console versions, you can't actually do anything. Must appease Font Man. I do love a good japing. Oh, no. Nearly as deadly as doggy divorce. Eventually we do run into the happy couple, the delightful little rascals. As it turns out, dogs learning that they can pet each other truly is a revelation. I've known dogs that would flea bite cats in a cute little way, and cats that would make biscuits on dogs. But normally, those of the same species don't do that sort of thing. Besides licking or fucking, which really, How is that any different from humanity? A basic logic puzzle, also teaching you how to not walk entirely through a thing. Speaking of walking, I walk into Papyrus, who's delighted to know that I didn't eat all of his pasta, leaving some for him. Sock collecting? At least it isn't bobbleheads that don't even bobble. A task to apply what we just learned about. From watching others solve it, it seems I seem to have done it backwards compared to most of them. He is pleased that we share a special interest, or at least, he perceives us as liking puzzles. My old man was more the puzzle prince himself, though if they needed timing or button mashing, he'd need my help. Speaking of, I'll be covering the God of War reboot on this channel eventually. I think it's scheduled for sometime later this year, like July? Me too, bone boy. I love when modern technology fails, just like most AI nowadays. Coming from a family of crackers, I'm one of the few that could cook well. I introduced seasoning to our Thanksgiving turkey, for instance. I'm glad that I could be some good boy's muse. There's some gay cow creature here with some important doggy news. Another test, this one combining the sinful shapes with the slidey shit I gotta deal with like half the year. By fall, we end up down below, where the Bone Bros have shown off their respective skills in Snowman. I solved the puzzle, and all I've got was this dope as fuck hat. After playing with some Snowpuffs, and finding some doubloons, I run into the mightiest of warriors, the Greater Dog. He just wants to play in the same way that volcanoes just want to make you warm. During the fight, I'm forced to munch on some nice cream, which made a tits joke. Nice. Eventually, I, yet again, encounter the Boner Boys, this time on a bothersome bridge. Sans warn us that now that his brother is unhinged with the thirst for glory, he doesn't know what he's gonna do. But blue attacks must be mastered more than your grip strength before calling your axe, lest you end up with that crazy gender non-specified bitch. We encounter a feller by the name of Gift Trot. Some local hooligans, what be under the age of majority, toss decorations on the poor horrific thing. Sweet Jesus, I don't like its face though, but do you know what I do like? Christmas-themed towns. Snowdin reminds me of my village a bit during the holiday season. It gets decorated a bit and looks rather charming. Too bad it's ran by an ominous council of crackers that kill dogs for fun, and not a couple of bony boys. Or at least, according to a bear in town who says that a skeleton ends up being the one to deal with things. Politics sure are funny like that. Entering the local shop, this bunny lady, who I'm fighting every bone inside and outside of my body to not make a hopping joke about, fills us in on some impo. Like that, the Bone Boys kinda just showed up one day and started existing at people. The locals here tend to be furries that enjoy the cold. This brings up questions that I hope to remember to voice later on, but keep in mind that to get further into these lands, the monsters had to first cross this Arctic area. She brings up that they deal with their existential dread with hope that one day they can get through the barrier and leave this land of surprisingly cozy areas. Unlike most games, she won't buy your bullshit. Another subversion. Thankfully, we'll find a salesperson later on that will buy our bullshit. Though, they make the drunk mud crab look normal in comparison. Not that that's bad, but it takes a certain kind of weirdo to buy your random pocket contents. To prove that I'm, as the kids and certain members of the government say, an alpha male gamer, I got myself a bandana with abs. Nothing says peak masculinity like a genderless child with abs on their forehead. Coming from a tourist trap, I decided to stay the night at the local inn to see what the quality is like. At least she gave me a refund. The local motel here would say British slurs at me or something. I don't know which would be funnier though. Anti-British slurs because the owner's trying to hide the fact that she's a limey, or anti-American slurs to try and set herself apart from the locals. Either way, crackers stay lacquers. Oh, also, I love how the town has a basic fast travel system to get us across it faster. Nice little touch. Man, rabbits might just be weirdos or something. Does this imply that I'm the first person to actually address the suffering of that poor vaginally mouthed creature? Maybe these child-murdering assholes really are jerks after all. I like that the lore is that the kids wear striped shirts, though this monster named Kid is in fact just a monster kid, so who knows? Correction, some fishy lady is the endpoint of all the complaints around here. I bet she smells like sushi. Just as Toriel did, smiling through the pain is just a stress response for these people now. This other guy is even worse off. He's frozen in a constant state of joyous suffering. Call this motherfucker Harold, the way he hides the pain. My kinda weirdo, ready to experience the horrors of human food. I want to meet the person that looked at a cow's udders for the first time and said, I gotta get to sucking. Truly, a visionary. This hipster Camel Joe looking prick doesn't want the local vibes ruined by people that don't fuck their cousins exclusively. As somebody who appreciates some genetic diversity and more varied partner options, I welcome the gentrification that comes with additional people to fuck. Unlike my local area, they just build ugly ass condos and price out the locals. Which is funny. The new cunts aren't any less racist, but it's a different flavor of racism. I love these little, and not so little, freaks. The shit you hear from bar drunks, I worked in one and I was related to half the staff. One dude got gout. How the fuck do you get some old-timey rich person disease? He was a distant cousin of mine, if that helps any. Utterly unfuckable though. On a serious note, don't just eat red meat and beer. Take that as your spiritual advice from this ordained reverend. Next up is a trip to the local library, which is becoming an endangered species in the United States. Make sure to use your local one. They sometimes let you rent out movies or games even. At the very least, they have books, which are like tweets but made of dead trees. Here we find some lore in these reams of plant flesh. Stuff like how monster souls are made up of love, hope, and compassion. Apparently, humans don't need those things to have souls, but does that mean an asshole monster has no soul? I don't think the game ever verifies that or not. An ongoing gag is that the leader of the monster sucks at naming things. My old man was not dissimilar, so we ended up with a lot of pets with lame names. Only so many Kingdom Hearts characters to name cats after when we didn't play the handheld games. Monster funerals are made up of emulating Venom Snake and rubbing ashes on stuff. And apparently, that stuff becomes filled with the essence of the monster. Sounds like enchanting, but far cooler. Another book details how monsters are unmoist little weirdos made mostly of magic, and how most of the enemies blasting our asses are just doing normal monster shit, but we're far too wet to handle it. Papyrus is so unpopular, that he doesn't even get junk mail. What a guy! Found a door, pervert. Every town has one. Oh, hey, look, it's Jimmy Hot Pants. The time has come, finally, to face the prestigious pasta-slinging Papyrus himself. This 8-year-old is single and ready to mingle. And since we're ready to admit we have no redeeming qualities, he's receptive to our advances. So far, the attacks have been ineffective. But upon us trying to spare the goober, he unleashes the might that is blue upon us. Which doesn't also seem to be that challenging until... The music pumps up harder than a Belgian as we must now survive in a world where we gotta find other unfun-sized smurfs to slam garbage cans around for a living. Despite our best efforts, we cannot even graze him. He's too carb-loaded for our meager efforts. As we duke it out like a couple of evil apes, he goes off about his hopes and dreams of being liked by many. At least 3 people instead of the current 2. Some dreams are closer than you think, oh calciumed one. He realizes that we love him more sincerely than most others ever will. And as somebody who's got to contend with future parasocial issues, it's something that I have to think about too. Finally, we must face his special attack. It's that gosh darn dog. What an annoying creature. And with that, we can be friends. And with any luck, maybe something more. I believe the morning sun always gonna shine again. And I believe a pot of gold waits at every rainbow's end. Oh, I believe in roses kissed with dew. Why shouldn't I believe the same in you? I believe in make-believe, fairy tales and lucky charms, and I believe in promises spoken as you cross your heart. Oh, I believe in skies forever blue. Why shouldn't I believe the same in you? You may say I'm a fool, feeling the way that I do. You can call me Pollyanna, so I'm crazy as a loon. I believe in silver linings, and that's why I believe in you. I believe there'll come a day, maybe it will be tomorrow, when the bluebird flies away. All we have to do is follow. I believe a dream can still come true. Why shouldn't I believe the same in you? You may say I'm a fool, feeling the way that I do. I believe in friends and laughter and the wonders love can do. I believe in songs and magic, and that's why I believe in you. You may say I'm a fool, feeling this way about you. There's not much I can do. I'm gonna be this way my life through, 'cause I still believe in miracles. I swear I've seen a few, and the time will surely come we can see my point of view. I believe in second chances, and that's why I believe in you. Man, he's pretty fly for a white guy, huh? I don't waste much time in getting back to my date, who's waiting in front of his horse. I meant house, like a big door. Honestly, I thought he was gonna have us take the igloo tunnel as a sort of way of making sure the player knows about it. But this was also funny. Sans' cum sock has become a pain point for the brothers I see. At least he admits a show can have a bad episode. A classic gag that helps to show that maybe, just maybe, there's more to Sans than just depression and more gags than a dungeon has. D&D or sexual? Doesn't matter. There's such a crossover that you might as well use the dungeon for both purposes. Turns out that the Bone Man needs guidance on his first date. Wouldn't be the first time I was somebody's first. They just normally have more flesh. I test his cardio by having him run back and forth. Cardio is vital for any sort of dating activity. This is the kind of shit that makes me love Undertale. Besides the stuff that makes me cry, or, all the fuckable monsters. What a nice dream to have. I hope it comes true one day. I love that Santa is a legit dude in this world. If you're too young to know that Santa isn't real, please leave my channel. But, if you're old enough to know that he is a concept, rather than a mobile sack of organs, you can stay. That's not even an awful theory. The idea that humans just started growing flesh as an evolutionary advantage? That's neat. Dude's getting clowned on while he's got -2 followers. I like the potential idea that he's, reverse followed by Sans and Undyne. With my balls bluer than the magic he used on us, we are done dating the skeleton. We did get his number, though, so it's not unreasonable to assume we can't horny text him at 3 a.m. But we've wrapped up that chapter in the story and must move on to a land. We will learn to stay determined and moist. Good to know that the untrustworthiness of flowers has reached mimetic status in the underground. We also see that Kid the monster has snuck out to go and see Undyne in her natural habitat. The rushing waters help propel us further on our journey. The more squat of the Bone Bros offers to take us somewhere to get some grub. Who am I to turn down free food? Truly, a man of the people. You couldn't tell by the audio assistance. Sans stopped time itself to talk to us. He's got more than just bones hiding in that hoodie of his. He seems to be well liked. His brother might just be bad with people. I mean, yeah, he actually is just bad with people. Likely wasn't socialized well enough as a baby bones. Huh. I wonder why Car Magazines is in yellow. The walk back is a bit of a pain in the ass, but we don't know any good shortcuts yet. Dude sounds like the type to use up all the good items in a game and be caught lacking in the final boss. Yet again, the government would rather watch children than do anything meaningful. My gamer instincts and the outline have gifted me well. A tutu, the accessory of a warrior. We will need it because we're about to finally meet one ourselves. She is some kind of dark knight figure that doesn't believe in suffering a child to live. I think that kid has blunt force trauma-induced brain damage, just like me. Another puzzle, but I've played enough of Russia's finest video game to know how to do this. I love their little squeak sounds, so cute. Our first fight in this area, it's against a centaur merman named Aaron. I don't think I've ever met a Aaron that I've liked, so this experience is less than ideal. I might be a musk slut, but this isn't my kind of sweat-slathered fun. Thankfully, an 8-year-old gives him a run for his money. Congratulations, you done it. Yay, I did it, and I get a call from the pasta pal himself. I don't know why he forgot he had our number, unless he gave us his without getting ours. Lore. From the monster's past to their present. Their hopes and a shared dream to see the stars once more. A monster that's... I don't even fucking know, man. A washing machine? This weirdo is named Washwa, and I only just now, as of writing this, noticed those fucking feet. Come on, man, don't be like this. After our bodies left baptized in his blood, we head upwards to find more lore on the walls, detailing the history of the monsters, namely revolving around the war with humanity and the ensuing banishment to the underground. Humans having souls so powerful that they would many times stronger than in strength than monsters. They would take nearly every monster soul to match the power of even one human soul. Human souls are able to exist after the death of a human, and a monster could claim the power of a human soul and become a terrible thing indeed. Also here is a drawing of something terrible, though we aren't told what. Or who, exactly. Speaking of frightening creatures, I tried finding Kid, but to no avail. Turns out I just didn't trigger their scene. At least it's not one of them awkward ones where they just stand there, menacingly, until you get to the right distance. I like how the water waited for the kid to leave before being loud again. Yet another mouse and its inability to obtain what it desires most. But the thought of it succeeding has given us the determination we need to press on. Sans is here to jape us yet again, with the blue bunny nearby as well. Along the way, we continue to hear a conversation between two siblings. In a side room, we find a pair of ballet shoes. Better not Maudib see them. I heard he has beef with that kind of shit. After some fights with Sentient Jello, I get hit up by Papyrus again. Truly, an ocelot couldn't catch up with this man's machinations. More bits of the conversation between the siblings. An ancient plaque says that the thing that humans feared the most was the ability for monsters to claim their souls.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
He looks like a fucking sex offender. I hope I never have to deal with him again. Thankfully, I run into a depressed mermaid and get her to open up a bit before leaving her to face more people trying to kill a child. I managed to outsmart a piano and gain access to a cavern of wonders. Inside, I discover that I held the greatest wonder of all. I may have lost access to the orb, but I gained something worth so much more. More sick loot drops. Sick lore drops. Turns out that since monsters are such weaklings, that humans can't take their souls. Save for a certain kind of monster called a boss monster. Potentially connected to Hugo Boss. They've got drip for days. And also they kill kids. I take it this umbrella and rush back to see the Nice Cream Man to show solidarity. God damn, this vegetable creep won't leave this 8-year-old alone. What is he, a Minecraft YouTuber? Ah yes, cards. I'd better leave them be. They seem to be having fun. Placing an umbrella into the statue's grasp, we're treated to one of the most beautiful songs of the game. It's a recurring theme, and I've heard many fan renditions of it. Progressing forward with a fresh umbrella, I encounter some very nice puddle effects before running into Kid again. They bring up a story about Asgore. I love how even this kid knows that Undyne has little use outside of beating the shit out of people. Bit late for that, kid. I love this view. The grand scale of things, even if we never get to truly experience them. Returning the umbrella is like returning your cart. Good citizenly behavior. The kid helps us up this cliff face, though I don't get why we couldn't just give them a lift afterwards. Above is more lore, basically just stuff I said already, like that humanity started the war over fear. But apparently that distant music fills us with determination to push forward. The war between the humans and monsters was more a slaughter, ending in a segregation that would last centuries, it seems. I've read somewhere that the humans that cast the spell used up all the magic humans could use, meaning they don't have magic anymore. Unfortunately for us, there's monster magic waiting for us. Just when I'd found the right way, and the child may have been saved. I love how undisturbed the human child looked. As Michigander, I need to tell you something. I need you to understand it. It took restraint to not make a Slim Shady joke at that bit. Anyway, we heard some dialogue from something/somebody that didn't happen to us. How mysterious. Yellow flowers here too, likely to remind you of the beginning. In the garbage we can find the yellow name tags that got tossed out. The narrator seems to grow wary of my garbage lust. Me too, Bikey. Since that's like human food, will I need to shit soon? Geeks in desperation, name a more iconic duo. Man, your cousin must be a pussy the way you think I fuck them over. Thankfully, they're not immune to attacks from their mini-dummies. They even forgot their cousin's name. What a shithead. Nice JoJo references. They think that by changing their workforce, they can improve their productivity. But like with real life, machines are no replacement for the ingenuity of humanity. I do like this fight though. The mechanics are fairly interesting compared to most. From what I've seen, Deltarune has better fighting than Undertale. I get that fighting is supposed to not be ideal in this game, but like, at times it can feel actively just not fun to play. Well, with the fact that these are mandatory fights I have to work with. And like Dio, this bitch be tossing knives. My favorite dead astronaut. Now that I'm not currently being chased by a murder-happy woman, I feel calm enough to be determined. I find the first of several shortcuts back to where I've been. I love this little guy. And then I find another one. Some weird head saying that it'll be 3 gold for the fairy. Turns out that they're a weird pervert that pays kids to step on their face. I remember something long forgotten. A quiche, as abandoned as a child at a Walmart. Ominous fish house. I wonder who could live here. As well, what's the property tax like? Nopstablook's family runs a snail farm, where they and their cousins used to work together on it until it was just Napsta. Also, there's a snail racing for the gambling inclined. We visit Napsta's house. It's, haunting, you could say. There, of course, a reference to an old music pirating website called Napster. Futurama had an episode about it, if I remember right, and despite only lasting a few years at its peak, it was still one of the best places to get music you didn't pay for. I won't admit to any crimes that my family may or may not have done, but, let's just say we didn't use Napster. We try to consume some of their food, and since we're not a ghost, that doesn't work. Was the sandwich, dead? Anyway, we join them in laying on the floor and being sad. After becoming one with the universe, we take off, only to encounter a couple of indie music haters. Thankfully, they leave and learn why you should never harass a child that's friends with a ghost. I come across an old dude named Gerson. He's so old that he's experienced most, if not all, of monster history. Well, everything that happened after they got locked up for the crime of being non-human. He tells us about this symbol, the Delta Rune. It represents the monsters, and also some nice foreshadowing of things to come. He also reminds us that Asgore is shit at naming things, though he himself had earned the title of Fluffy Bun somehow. The symbol represents aspects of a prophecy, but as the last game I covered shows, a prophecy is just a recipe. Some say the angel shall save the people, others that they will be slain by the angel. Classic prophecy stuff. Dude's memory is dog shit, but at least he remembers that his child-murdering autocrat is a man of the people. He even talks about the other person that lusts for our blood, Undine. She is built different. More lore, how only something with a powerful soul can leave the underground, but also that basically anything can enter, explaining the trash that does. Something equal to 7 human souls is what it would take to break the barrier, hence the whole kid-killing thing. We encounter a Temmie finally, cute little dog-cat creature thing. I get mildly lost in this area of mushroom lights. Very cool though. I encounter some kinda advanced jello called Mold Big. The secret to defeating it is to not hug it. The underground really is full of weirdos. Finally, the Promised Land, Tem Village. Being here fills me with determination. And of course, can't visit Tem Village without visiting the Tem Shop, the only place that'll buy my bullshit. After having gone out of those low-light maze areas, I've entered a realm of moisture never before seen by a child. Of course, the wetness is ruined by some aura farming. Thankfully, I'm rescued by the armless wonder themselves. I run into more of that ongoing conversation, which is wild because, like, did the siblings just not talk about this shit all the way from the last one? Anyway, one of the kids, or whatever, is worried about being left by the other. They wish to be free and see the real sky. The other sibling does laugh. But it's because it's their dream too. The prophecy is worded in such a way that it could be interpreted that the angel shall kill or save everybody. Because either way, the underground would become empty. Speaking of monsters, more shenanigans with them. The child feels the need to emulate the adults. It's like racism or any other bigotry. For many, it's learned and they're too lacking in questions to change their minds on their own. But this kid's just a kid. But not a kid, because that would be somebody we meet much later on. How do they even know what a turd is? Toilets aren't real. Saving the child gave Undyne pause. Her ideas of what must be, what must happen. I'll bring up this sort of philosophical thing later on, because this all reminds me of a conceptual city. You might know what I'm talking about. Because it's time for a showdown. She mentioned Alphys. They will come into play much later. Also, she is super anti-human. Imagine saying this kind of shit, she says, but for like any real-life group of people. Existence being a crime is something that has happened time and time again in our reality. This game touches on that in ways that not a lot of games do. She'd made me fucking green. I fucking love green. Also, I won't lie, I forgot how the fuck you get away from her. I knew I had to run away, but like, couldn't remember how. So I ended up just taunting her over and over, which made the fight harder. Speaking of, interesting game mechanics with her too. I know that it's not that complex, but it's still pretty neat. But she could learn a thing or two from Thorfinn. Every hero has to make a serious choice, fight with honor, make your rivals fear your voice, die in battle to perpetuate your name, or run from danger just to live another day. Real heroes never fear the pain or death. Every soldier fights until their final breath, dedicating all their lives to just one cause. Serve the kingdom and apply the rules and laws. Years of training, give all your blood and sweat. Getting to the point where nothing is a threat. Every battle will be just another day. Every human's just another one to slay. Raising their spears to the sky. Loyal soldier, keep marching on. Shouting in one clear voice. Every single dream they have. Honor the ones who are gone, fighting for the same noble cause. Away from home in the wild, trying to survive alone. Just because we fight, it doesn't mean we don't have our own fragile hearts. If we could, we would go back in time so we could prevent all these wars. The real heroes stand until the end, but the biggest fight is inside. Feelings clash while you pretend that the bloodstains one day will dry. Then you hear those voices in your head telling you will be alright. But your heart keeps telling you again, real heroes don't have to fight. Papyrus decides to Roman us and call it the worst possible time. And then his brother, accidentally, or purposefully, helps us by distracting her as we run off. Though I run back to see if she says anything, I gotta continue running as soon as she picks up again. Once my foe has fallen, I do the chivalrous thing and force some wet into her. She was stroking her heat, you see, which is deadly for a sushi-based life form. But with that, the chapter of Waterfall is over, and we must now venture into my first act in this new land of Hot is to try and help this clamular man. Unfortunately, he's a cunt, so I try to bring the water with me, but that too leaves me, along with its chosen vessel. The presence of this ominous laboratory fills the human child with determination, for some reason. Thankfully, I have unlocked this world's fairy person, separate from a fairy person. Those make pacts with self-hating child lovers that were jacketed in the woods while their younger siblings were busy burning to death. Drakengard 1 was wild shit. If you jacket to 2B, you need to know where your waifu's history began. We finally enter the strange laboratory, which is currently cast in darkness. It looks like your standard gamer pad, dimly lit and trash lying around. Obviously, I'm in the presence of an alpha male gamer. Now I must try and find out if they get tilted at the towers. Besides being extremely attractive, she brings up that you get compelled to root for the person on the screen. Villain protagonists can work well, but most series don't tend to make you understand just how evil they really are. Thankfully, this is a game where you don't need to kill anybody. Not that there aren't those that want to kill us. Yeah, I didn't notice her hands at that moment, and I kinda wanted to see what would happen. Apparently this math question has good math in it, and also that we don't actually have to answer it. I think mentally, I had gotten to around 30, but since 3 of them were so close, it's good that this Hikikomori gave us the answer. Screaming is evidently against the rules, implying that there are more rules that we must abide by. He has a tricky bitch of a question in which he enhanced a picture of himself, all Trek style. Also makes us into a ghost smoocher, which I already was, but he wanted this to be broadcast to his audience of single-digit view counts. Eventually, a question is very much part of Alphys' special interests, and she can't help but to spew out like a white girl at a party. Only, Metaton and us aren't a potted plant nor a sidewalk. In retribution, he asks a rather embarrassing question for such a socially inept lizard. That's just a thing that gay people can do, by the way. The space behind the wall is said to be a few feet wide. I think Toby meant deep because wide would just be side to side, not backwards. Also, despite toilets being made-up human propaganda, she's got one apparently. Also, the way she says this, that he wasn't supposed to ask that question, bit suspicious for this regal lizard to say. Amongst her possessions includes half a bag of dog food. Whether it's half full or half empty depends upon your worldview. Hope she doesn't have to turbo shit herself into the nth dimension. With the additional features, we can grab our goods wherever we want to, and our storage capacity is increased by 50%. I decided to hit up my homeboy Paps for his input on this locale. Then I check the fridge, which for some reason has ramen packs in it. On her desk, she has an abused Neko figurine, some soda in a teacup, and notes on a video game. As I said, she is the ideal gamer here to destroy lesser gamers with facts and logic. I love how the actual science books are dusty, but the manga are in fact kept quite well. The reason that last one is inaccurate is that machines are known for being on time. I like that her old work table has a chainsaw on it. At least she has her priorities gay. Bunch of unopened letters from a variety of monsters. She's more popular than Paps, it seems. This poster helps show that Metaton and Alphys are friends at last, even if it's transactional in nature. These dorks up here in dark armor won't let us pass since I guess there's a human on the loose. We are then treated to Alphys updating our social media. I believe that I read somewhere or heard via an anniversary stream that Toby didn't like how these impact the pacing. Same with the slow movement speed. New enemy type, a living volcano that wants to give hugs. Honestly, one of the best examples of a monster that just wants to be friendly but is a bit dumb about it. End up making the poor thing cry before trying to hug them. Thankfully, this did resolve the issue. The music here is some of my favorite. Sounds close to what you'd hear on the way to a big boss fight. I saved the game as the might of steam fills the human child's heart with determination, just as Alphys' diet fills hers with cholesterol. Next on the list of anthropomorphic things for us to deal with is the Sunderplane. Doesn't like when we say that she's got a fat ass, but does get defeated by casually approaching her. Apparently, the way that they pop off into the corner is a funny glitch that was kept in, like the giant space program from Skyrim. Somebody here let their frying pan spit out their mixtape, because it's all burned up from the straight fire. No homosexual fire, though, unfortunately. While I fight this next new enemy, Pyrope, I am reminded from Alphys' inability to communicate with others that I've known several white women like her. I don't mean to ethnically profile her, but she is lusting after that ocean-scented pussy. She may, in fact, be a disaster lesbian. I cannot speak for non-cracker-based ones, but all the markers are here for those that hail from countries where fucking your cousin was expected amongst the royalty. It never really clicked with me just how much of a standard fantasy story this is. It's all got to do with the fucked up dynamics of a royal family and its vassals. Game of Thrones, more like Game of Phones. Speaking of, she finally fucking calls me. I gotta deal with lasers, something that trans femmes have a love/hate relationship with. Dude, I wasn't even fucking moving that time. A self-hating sapphic woman. Where have I seen literally dozens of these before? Taking her advice, I go right where a couple of wage slaves have parked their asses, since the way to work has been blocked. Some decapitated, cheesy treat mascot asks every sentence they speak right before I solve a puzzle that is apparently designed after learning how to kill humans or something. I read that somewhere, but it seems to be fan-originated rather than something said by Toby Fox himself, or from a deleted tweet. Alphys is, beyond just being a cracker, a hacker. She's jacking it, and by it, I mean the database. Beyond the laser were a couple of Joshi Kosei, as is typical for a region that has more in common with a Mario level than a proper industrial area. Another puzzle dealt with. Time to finally advance north and encounter our next threat. Daytime television. Only warm milk in this household. Is that the chainsaw from before? As a gambling addict once said, it's pizza time. Thankfully, this kid isn't amused by tater tots, flour, nor milk. I kinda wanted to try the cake. Somehow, an ominous structure fills this human child with the determination to progress in their cakeless endeavor. With our objective in mind, we can head further into this hellscape that makes literally any southwestern city a reasonable place to exist. Sans is here to sell dogs would be hot, but in reality they're water sausages. Still, one of the best healing items in the game. Pabs gets involved with Elvis's social media posts, and the music is still a banger. A puzzle along a moving path, she is set up to fuck it up for us. I can't tell if she's telling the truth or was just so embarrassed that she turned the zapper off so that she didn't have to talk more. At some point in this recording, I just wrote, "Girl failure" in my notes. This may have been at the point where I did it, but I feel like I should mention that somewhere at least. The one fucking time I could have used help and she needs to pretend to shit about it. I ended up just looking up the way to do it. I lose track of shit like this too easily. Yet another mouse born only to suffer. Their enemy this time is a computerized safe full of cheese. Also, I had reached 420 minutes on the save. Truly, a sign of good things. Her anime reviews are up there with the greats, and having seen her work in Deltarune, she's just as tasteful there. Thankfully, we're rescued by the Bara boys. Think Alphys is a Fujoshi? She likes Asgore. Think she'd like him if he raw dogged Rudolph? Anyway, we went via the power of homosexual awakening. Number 7 may shock you. Speaking of shocking, time for another surprise. Unfortunately, as a harem protagonist once said, your choices don't matter. This was a cunt at times. Having to fight the interface was a pain in my ass. But I was able to succeed with some time left on the clock. I want to remind you, this is all happening to an 8-year-old. This kid's life is being used to make a woman feel better about herself. She mentions that we've been quiet. Theories on selective muteness aside, I like that she is just now trying to say that the human child's been a bit silent. Also suggesting that we can just talk our way through a man that's killed kids before. The game has proven so far that we can be peaceful all the way through. But what if by subverting the subversion they've established, they'll surprise us all in the end? This spider's smug aura mocks me. Papyrus has words of wisdom to help us confront this new reality that we live in. Imagine if this kid actually has nuanced opinions on anime. That'd be the funniest shit. Breaks their silence just to shit on her thoughts. I'm talking Atlas Shrugged levels of monologuing. The kind that, you know, at least 1,000 people in real life have died in the time that it takes for that speech to end. Oh, I'm sorry. I did the math. 21,000 people would die in that 3-hour dunking. Congratulations, Alphys. You awoke the demon. She even has the gall, the incredulousness, to ask if we'd watch anime with her. Won't lie, being snuggled up in bed with an unwashed chubby dork with a fat ass as they ramble up their special interest does sound fun. It sounds dog shit and is full of sexual assault. So it's like most modern anime then. This bitch needs Dorohedoro or like JoJo. Though JoJo also sometimes has some iffier moments. This is not the time to cover JoJo though. That's in the future. Thankfully, we got a 6-armed menace to deal with to distract me from Japan's societal issues regarding consent. I am once again racially profiled. Thankfully, I managed to skip this fight entirely by having purchased a donut in the past. Which is unfortunate since I've heard the fight is neat and her music is pretty solid. Next up, we have to face our greatest threat yet, a musical performance. Heard that originally was more mechanical, but for now, please enjoy the majesty that is this. I can't remember the term for it, but there's a design concept where you introduce a mechanic to the game, and including a more difficult version of it later on. Toby is rather good at this. He's generally a really good game dev overall, I gotta say. I do try this with a guide, but something went wrong somewhere. As an American, I'm quite ready to shoot anything. Turns out that we've helped improve her self-worth. Only took us risking our life. We gotta head to Mettaton's resort. I assume he's got some dumbass statue of himself there. On the way there, I see that the Blue Bunny has finally realized that people in a hot area might want cold food. Unless they enjoy sweating harder to make themselves cooler. I've never understood that myself, but as the person that introduced putting seasoning on the Thanksgiving turkey to my family, I was not raised around spices all that much. Also, the gays are here. Backtracking a bit, I ran into some lion dude that wants to wear a dress like his idol. I only just realized that this area has no music now and it's a bit creepy. But it's finally time to move on to the next area. The MTT Resort and the... Of course there's an ominous note saying to go up into a creepy alleyway. So instead, I hang out with a skeleton lingering about looking to spend time with a young child. He does his usual shtick though. Having worked in food service before, a backdoor access point isn't that unusual, so it's not nearly as impactful. Insert anal joke. Once again, a monster has proclaimed that this human child should have died. Also, there's a weirdo fondling some ficuses over here with his tongue. Some workers talk about the puzzles, how they can be moved around in the core. Man, more D&D dungeon masters need to make use of monsters being puzzle-obsessed freaks. Or Game Master in another system. From memory, Dungeon Master is something that D&D has legal rights over, or some bullshit like that. Blame Mr. Potato Head. I was right. He does have a dumbass statue of himself here. In the creepy alleyway, we find ourselves in the company of two young women with criminal intent. Now, while I do have a soft spot in my heart / gallbladder / pancreas for criminals in fiction, these two gals are spoon-gaggingly existent upon me. But hey, they offer the same services that Walmart does. They both also want to treat Metaton as their battery-operated boyfriend. How very Nerevar-coded of them. I don't think they'd make good service tops, though. They also go over how Alphys built Metaton, but he acts like being built was his idea, and also that they're no longer friends anymore lately. The two robot fuckers were neighbors of Alphys, who's a bit older than them, but haven't seen her since she got her full-time job as a scientist for the 50% child-murdering family. Apparently, her work on Metaton was so impressive to the pedicidal patriarch, after having done so by showing that she can do weird shit with souls, she got another assignment. Also, this reads like a certain bad dad from anime. You can guess which one. Only dude from that setting to go to hell if I remember right. Wild that the other villains got to, not do that. These girls find Asgore to be cute, fluffy boy who's just a silly, genocidal goober. Another example of how a populace will just accept atrocities if it satisfies their baser instincts of hate. For having souls made of love and other bullshit, they sure are bad at seeing the elimination of another people as a bad thing. But that's a topic for a different time. I got this cool-ass key to try out. The key belongs to Napstablook's neighbor, who's also their cousin. It's Metaton. His house before he became him. Detailing his life on the farm up until he left. His story might be familiar to many rural queers, realizing that they cannot be themselves if they remain where they're from. The only downside, really, of course, is those that they leave behind, or in ending up becoming a worse version of themselves in the process. Metaton reads as transmasculine, having gone from a genderless ghost to a genderful robot. These diaries also detail how he and Alphys met, shared love over humanity and their media. How she had shown him a body that would satisfy his needs to feel like himself. Toby isn't himself trans, from what I can tell, but may have had transgender friends along the way, or can, read Wikipedia, the free online encyclopedia that anyone can edit. From what I've seen, at least 2 trans femmes were involved with Deltarune so far, so that's cool. But that's also a story for a different time. For now, I gotta get back to friending this fuck-ass Mr. Roboto. Unfortunately, wage slavery beckons me, and I must talk to the entity known as Burger Pants. He isn't legally allowed to speak to us unless we buy something from him. Makes me think of a host club where instead of, a fuckable piece of meat, you have some drunken uncle or something to bullshit with you as you two chat over some overpriced food. I keep being told that there's a loneliness epidemic for unfuckable losers. Might as well hang out with a guy that looks like he's got more DUIs than digits. Anyway, this forsaken by the gods teenager works a dead-end job and earned his name by recreating the meme about spaghetti spilling out of his pants. But instead of Grandmama's saucy slop, it was burgers with more sequins than a drag queen's award-winning outfit. Just imagine yourself, perhaps just freshly an adult, and you've ruined your life for the sake of 2 girls that sell used guns. Very normal behavior. And finally, for real this time, I gotta go into the core and face this bodacious box. I straight up just try and avoid the main story and go elsewhere. Didn't even intend to ignore her, but I sequence broke up, bit I guess. Some magician shows up, but I learned long ago that the ultimate magic is friendship. Or is friendship really witchcraft? Alphys seems to be getting most of this shit wrong. Maybe holding his body hostage wasn't the best move. Fought against some knight that needed a nap. Cool that it was some horrific woman. Speaking of, the one in my phone doesn't like that I'm not doing as instructed. The fact that she manages even this, though, shows that she's got some skill. Or she's just clicking off and then Metaton clicking on. Kind of funny if that's how it's working. The area invokes a feeling of being on some flying island above the clouds. Might end up playing some JRPGs like that in the future. Isn't it wild that the best JRPG I've played so far is technically not even Japanese? I mean, Yakuza 0 is more my style, but it's not really a JRPG in the traditional sense. That's the issue with genres, though. I would say that it's not the fact that stats exist that makes it an RPG. That's something I've said about so many games, and this is not the time to discuss that. I decided to backtrack and touch the elevator to see what's up. Her dialogue does not reflect what's been going on. It's little times like this that reminds me that, with the fans working on fan games and mods and all that the best version of games are not the ones that were just released by the creators. Hell, even beyond just the work done to expand games via mods, fixes that get made by fans are also wonderful, especially for games abandoned by their creators. Like games that get ported from the PS2 or whatever by fans, I've seen some wild shit be done. You can be Gordon Freeman going through Jak and Daxter. I think that's the one, right? Jak and Daxter's the one with the guy and the small guy. that fits so many of the fucking games, though. It's because it's not Ratchet and Clank. That's the other guy and smaller guy. Though Ratchet is also a small guy, but Clank is also a small guy, but smaller. You know, he's a little guy. Fans and how they interact with games is a core theme for these games. And hell, Toby himself wouldn't be where he is today without having been a fan with grubby little hands himself. More shooting puzzles, just what the doctor ordered. She is a doctor, right? Her name is an anagram for Shy Pal. Don't know if that helps in any meaningful way, but it's a fact, and it might even be fun. She also doesn't like ketchup-flavored potato chips. I too do not enjoy them. Probably because I'm not technically fully Canadian. I'm from Michigan, which is like being Canadian, but a little bit different. I spot some gold in the trash. Like any good hobo child, we snatch it up for further use. Yet another monster likely paid to kill us. This douchebag's name is Astigmatism. I gotta do as it says. This one's a masochist and wants me to bully it until it comes. After causing it to leave from orgasm-induced dehydration, I run to another pair of child killers for hire. They're both just stronger versions of previous monsters, basically. I gotta pray to make one of them fuck off, and the other one needs to be mystified by an 8-year-old. Somehow. Finally, time to deal with this cubular cunt. As he said, the sweaty otaku just wanted to make herself look better and maybe stay here. I wonder why she's so adamant about that, besides the whole having like -2 friends thing. Wow, she's just as popular as Papyrus. He goes on about how we're weak, about how Asgore will just kill us and go become a god or whatever to kill off humanity. But this bitch wants to become some Galadriel type. A beautiful and terrible queen indeed. He's got delusions of glitz and glamour running through his circuits. Also claims that just a few people have to die, which, ultimately, is less deaths than Asgore. Alphys pops up to tell us how to actually fight him, thankfully. Some more shooting mechanics, little mini games to futz around with. Gotta keep up the ratings so that I can spare this asshole. Even made me write the longest essay about a robot I've ever written. One thing I gotta say though, is the fire rate is fucky. I have a fast trigger finger and sometimes it just wouldn't read my inputs. It wasn't like Black Ops 1's anti-cheat thing, where if you shot too fast it'd lock up your gun for half a second or so. It just wasn't accepting my inputs at times. Pretty funny though how many times I would fire too fast, even against bots for fun, like little death matches or whatever. But it was possible to just pull the trigger too fast and have it think that you're using one of them fancy controllers, anything. What were they? The turbo? I don't know what they're called. I didn't have the money for one, nor the interest, really. Is this the shit that the gays call serving cunt? I'm not a fan. Decided to try the ramen item. But I got it mixed up. It's not stronger during a fight like this. Oh, and he kills me. Thankfully, the game lets me skip his preamble bullshit. He's like the hardest fight in the game for me. I write another essay, unfortunately, no unique dialogue. Thankfully, he's also pro-union. That's nice of him. Unlike Rockstar Games that clamps down on efforts by their workers, because of that, I'll likely wait on GTA 6 or find alternative methods of playing it. Or, you know, just get the game used for a PS6 or whatever. Or is it the 5 that's most recent? I have a 4. I don't keep up with this. I hope that the monster named Kid is watching. They're getting armless rep tonight. Eventually, he loses his legs too. Good thing, because I was nearly dead for the 3rd time. Though thankfully, the nightmare of narcissism is finally over. It's not easy having yourself a good time. Greasing up those bets and betters, watching out they don't four-letter fucking kiss you both at the same time. Smells like something I've forgotten, curled up, died, and now it's rotten. I'm not a gangster tonight, don't wanna be a bad guy. I'm just a loner, baby, and now you've gone in my way. I can't decide whether you should live or die. Oh, you'll probably go to heaven. Please don't hang your head and cry. No wonder why my heart feels dead inside. It's cold and hard and petrified. Lock the doors and close the blinds. We're going for a ride. It's a bitch convincing people to like you. If I stop now, call me a quitter. If lies were cats, you'd be a litter. Pleasing everyone isn't like you. Dancing jigs until I'm crippled. Slug 10 drinks, I won't get pickled. I've got to hand it to you. You've played by all the same rules. It takes the truth to fool me, and now you've made me angry. I can't decide whether you should live or die. Oh, you'll probably go to heaven. Please don't hang your head and cry. No wonder why my heart feels dead inside. It's cold and hard and petrified. Lock the doors and close the blinds. We're going for a ride. Oh, I could throw you in the lake or feed you poison birthday cake. I won't deny I'm gonna miss you when you're gone. Oh, I could bury you alive, but you might crawl out with a knife and kill me when I'm sleeping. That's why I can't decide whether you should live or die. Oh, you'll probably go to heaven. Please don't hang your head and cry. No wonder why my heart feels dead inside. It's cold and hard and petrified. Lock the doors and close the blinds. We're going for a ride. And with that, a star is dimmed. During his moment of clarity before he ran out of juice, he reminded me that nobody really gives a shit about transmasculine people enough to have a channel dedicated to awareness and support. At least in my genre of things. One of the reasons I take this channel so seriously is that there's a lack of people that speak up for transmasc individuals, as well as lack of representation in media. Stories impact reality. Before Nyota Uhara, it was unheard of for a black person to be in a position of authority in a scientific field, let alone a black woman. Alphys catches up to us, following along as we make our ways towards Asgore. She's nervous in every interaction, which isn't unheard of for her. But it's because something is weighing on her. Information that we haven't been directly given, but was hinted at in those Waterfall plaques. I decided to give myself a moment of levity afterward, since I didn't know if I'd be able to experience this again after I got too far. Wake up, dreamer. Time to die. We arrive in a world devoid of sound and color. A darker reflection of where we began. A cityscape that we will never be able to explore ourselves is in the background, devoid of life seemingly. These structures might be meant to show us the weight, the gravity of the situation, but the mixed messages of overcrowding and yet somehow still loneliness permeates through a kingdom that should by appearance be far more thriving. And then the music hits. It's the titular track, Undertale. Asgore has left a note for any that visit him, welcoming his people to come join him in the garden if they have need of him. As with Toriel, he keeps yellow flowers around the house. We can see that here, there were 2 children in the family. Based on the fact that in Toriel's home she hasn't changed the number of adult chairs, it seems that after leaving Old Home, what is now the ruins, that the Dreamers eventually gained a second child. Chair Riel here doesn't get much use, though the fireplace does. The bookcase is full of memories of the past. We encounter monsters here as if they were enemies, but they recite the tale that led to this sorry state of affairs. A long time ago, a human fell into the ruins. Injured by its fall, the human cried out for help. Asgore has made his kitchen open to those that want anything. As somebody who wants to bring about a service to provide free food to locals, it resonates with me. In the trash can, we can see that he's been trying to recreate Toriel's recipes. Asriel, the king's son, heard the human's call. He brought the human back to the castle. In the first bedroom, we can see 2 beds, with one saying that it's so comfortable that you may never get back up. One of the children drew one of the flowers, a photograph from a happier time, and several striped shirts. Maybe kids really do all dress the same here. On the floor are a worn dagger meant for a true glance, and a heart-shaped locket. The locket will come into play later on, indirectly. But for now, take note that it says, "Best friends forever." Over time, Azrael and the human became like siblings. The king and queen treated the human child as their own. The underground was full of hope. Asgore's journal's most recent entry is just that it's a nice day. Toriel's was full of puns to try and sands. They both keep themselves going in different ways. One of the children made macaroni art of a flower for their king dad. His bureau proves that he's been Santa all along. His dresser has a sweater, likely from Toriel, helping to show off their love of puns. The melancholia of this location, bathed in memories both good and bad, makes me think back to my family. I turned 32 during the production of this video. I didn't expect to make it to 16, and I've lived twice as long as that by now. I've outlasted all of my parents, lost most of my family and other loved ones. And despite everything, I'm still me. Losing yourself to loss, to grief, it's something that many people will need to face one day. Our bodies fail, our minds too. You will forget the face of your mother in time. Your father's voice will warp over time, only to one day go silent. I can't help you with this, most likely, no matter how much I'd like to. I'm sorry that the world wasn't a kinder place to you, but I believe that you have what it takes to make it a little kinder. We don't need to be trapped in the past, or by our circumstances. We can be better, more than our parents ever hoped or dreamed for us. But for now, we have to finish this together. Then, one day, the human became very ill. The sick human had only one request: to see the flowers from their village. But there was nothing we could do. The next day, the human died. Azrael, wrecked with grief, absorbed the human soul. He transformed into a being with incredible power. With the human soul, Azrael crossed through the barrier. He carried the human's body into the sunset, back to the village of the humans. Azrael reached the center of the village. There, he found a bed of golden flowers. He carried the human onto it. Suddenly, screams rang out. The villagers saw Azrael holding the human's body. They thought that he had killed the child. The humans attacked him with everything they had. He was struck with blow after blow. Azrael had the power to destroy them all. But Azrael did not fight back. Clutching the human, Azrael smiled and walked away. Wounded, Azrael returned home. He entered the castle and collapsed. His dust spread across the garden. The kingdom fell into despair. The king and queen had lost 2 children in one night. The humans had once again taken everything from us. The king decided it was time to end our suffering. Every human who falls down here must die. With enough souls, we can shatter the barrier forever. It's not long now. King Asgore will give us all. You should be smiling too. Aren't you excited? Aren't you happy? You're going to be free. As we hear the words of those that would do anything to leave their prisons, we enter what shall be our judgment hall. Turns out that the potential child killer deigns to judge us based on all the people that we've killed. One of the main subversions of the game, that it is about not killing monsters, has deeper metaphysical levels to it than most straightforward games do. The Elder Scrolls may have deep lore that involves apotheosis and other concepts that most games don't touch on, but Undertale dives into why killing makes you stronger. Just as no mother should wish for her child to grow up to be a killer, it is sociologically and psychologically damaging to engage in killing, especially of a wanton nature. Our world is one of the strong lording over the weak, so, in a way, it has been proven that those with more capacity for violence and cruelty have better chances of getting ahead in life. But that's at the cost of not only group cohesion, but also it costs the majority of humanity their basic decency and dignity. Thankfully, though, there has been a season, unending, for the monsters. Just as we traveled through fall all the way to summer, we now must find an ending to things here. Despite everything, we have made it through free of sins, here to absolve others of their own. Down below, in the basement, we can see the coffins fit for human children. The closest one to the door is marked with the name that I gave to the fallen human. The save points have lacked the flavor text in this area after what Alphys told us. I'll try and remember to get back into that later on. It's finally time to meet with King Fluffy Buns himself, the King in the Mountain, Asgore Dreamer. We've had child death in my family. I won't go into too much detail because, despite it having been a long time, it's still fresh in the minds of the people involved. But you can see it and hear it with Asgore. For all his faults, for every sin that clings to his back, he's still just a father that mourns the loss of his children every day. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about my dad, and it's likely the case as well for his parents thinking about him. As they failed him, both in life and in death, so too does Asgore likely feel that he failed. Sometimes, even all your love, well, it's just not enough. He even tries to console us about what's to come, in his own way, as a father would. But it's time to do what we must do, and face the Bergen-Trocken. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything. What have I become, my sweetest friend? Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all. My empire of dirt, I will let you down. I will make you hurt. I wear this crown of thorns upon my liar's chair, full of broken thoughts I cannot repair. Beneath the stains of time, the feelings disappear. You are someone else. I am still right here. What have I become, my sweetest friend? Everyone I know goes away in the end, and you could have it all, my empire of dirt. I will let you down. I will make you hurt. If I could start again, a million miles away, I would keep myself. I would find a way. As he falls to one knee, his mind falls to thoughts of his people and their fallen prince. The mercy that he denied himself at the start of our battle has been restored, and we attempt to show him that the world is not yet done with him. Him saying this got to me, having come from several broken homes. Unfortunately, this too shall pass. With his newfound power, Flowey has crashed our game. Interesting usage of the medium, however, a bitch to record. Also, since I'm on PC, I don't get the cool borders and other features of console editions. Kinda bullshit, honestly. But back to the horrors, well within human comprehension. It's within human comprehension because some white guy, who is a human, made this. The fight is a bunch of bullshit being thrown at you. From memory, the damage we take is halved each time, so it's not as bad as it looks, but it's still a bullet hell that'd make Dante drop another diss track. Like I was saying, trying to record all this is a pain in the dick. It's the kidney stone that keeps on giving. We get a warning that something will happen. I've been told by white people on the internet that it's the soul, but Flowey mocking us isn't out of the question. We get to actual dodging stuff in these minigames, and in doing so, we call out for help, which comes in the form of healing from the souls of the previously murdered humans. I hate their mouths. When you're playing it, you barely notice, but on a rematch, man, this shit is nasty. We once again call for help after getting manhandled by these man's hands. Flowey's considered a man, right? I know that flowers are weird, but I don't know about what he's capable of. I mean, in fact, I kind of am just deciding he's a dude based on how he's, something that's a spoiler. Anyway, back to hell. These saves save over our own saves. I was confused as I played and only learned later. They're the saves of the dead kids and potential non-kid dead humans. Of course, this cream cuppin' cunt reloads and tries to kill us with these underhanded moves. I am once again accosted by feet. Who am I, Benny after the courier decided that the most bangable bachelor was the guy who shot me in the skull? Flow even starts to carpet bomb me. How very American of him. My old man always wanted a Venus flytrap. Wonder if this was why. Flowey uses the power of literacy to try and end my life once again. Thankfully, I call out for a nerd to save me with some mercy and other dank words. Having worked in a kitchen, this isn't the worst thing I've seen. Also, before I forget, I gotta bring up that I remember people calling this Ultima form his Photoshop Flowey, not dissimilar to how they named a few other things due to misunderstandings or misreading things. I guess he's Omega Flowey now, but that sounds less evocative. Not nearly as fucked up sounding. Speaking of Americans, the last of the souls used against us was packing heat. Thankfully, I experienced several school shooting drills during my time at school, so I mostly evade the Second Amendment eggs. Thankfully, the souls have banded together to blast us with the things that we need, including the most horrid thing at the bottom of Pandora's box. Hope. Now, Flowey has been weakened, and we can strike at him with full force. As well, the souls keep ejaculating out goodies for us to scarf down to keep going. The fight kinda drags out here, like, we just gotta keep fucking his shit up while healing a bit and taking bits of damage. Eventually, he changes up his tactics, throwing his other attacks at us. This looks like an advertisement for one of them phone games but made by some crackhead living in a brick basement where his only company is a used MLP flush. After several attempts, I'm able to deal the last blow to this monstrosity. Or not. Thankfully, things go more off the rails. At the end, we are given the option to show mercy to this wretched being. And if he doesn't get it, in a way, it's like tormenting the Junkler by giving him human rights, and when he decides to start some shit, you just break his arms. Because they have several things in common, namely that they're lacking much depth as people currently. Eventually, it gets to be too much for him. The game drops us off at a place that looks like the starting area, and then we get to walk away from it all, being given an ending to things. We even get a phone call from our second favorite scientist. And with that, Undertale is finished. The monsters dwell below as a likely neglected and or abused child has returned to the land of humanity. Though I'm guessing you saw the length of this video. Unfortunately, a lot of the rest of the game is backtracking. But thanks to the power of editing, I can make it look less annoying. I eventually make my way over to Undine's, where the spaghetti fiend himself is waiting for our hangout. Love the animation of the door opening. Only good things can come from this date. Hope he nailed the landing. Who doesn't want to be friends with a boulder suplexing butch lesbian? Unfortunately, she wants to deny friendship with us since we're an enemy of the state or something stupid like that. More racial profiling. Thankfully, lesbians are weak to reverse psychology. This bitch so anime coded, I bet she smells like lilies. She's got some neat shit in her room, though her overall interior design sucks. That's the kind of queer solidarity we need, though Metaton do be a bit too decadent. Her room only has room for one nerd, and we're not scaly enough to fit. I don't think that's shaped like a fish, actually. Trixie Toby is at it again. Now we just need an oven that cools down food. Then we will truly be living in the post-21X world. I like how we're just kinda standing on the stool. Maybe her room looks like shit because she keeps breaking stuff. She won't let us suck her pussy dry, and because of sacred hospitality, she won't give our tummy a 6-foot tall blade. Why doesn't she just put it in the fridge? Not as hot as you, Eye Patch. Also, like, how is the drink not sliding? Scalding our lips, she floods our ears with lore about how Asgore loves tea made from Flowey's siblings or some shit. As well, her reasoning for not having added Papyrus to the Royal Guards. But since he isn't here for training, we must cook in his stead. We can see where he gets his ideas from. Lady, if we didn't pet our enemies, your employees would be dead. Does she just keep this shit in her ceiling? And like any decent lesbian, she's a working class woman who doesn't have the time nor resources to make her own noodles. Though you'd think being employed by the royal family would get her a decent paycheck. Then again, she does have this dope-ass house. She must have spent her money on just having a dope fucking sick-ass house. Having worked in a restaurant or two, I don't think this is how it works. But then again, the Italians are only really known for their 3 Fs. Food, fascism, and frequent crimes. Maybe we're bad at stirring because we aren't clique commanders, and not just because the stubby child body can't properly reach the pot. Oh hey, it's like when Canada was on fire and it smelled like maple syrup for a while down here. I was gonna make a joke or something here about how she's exploring themes of overcoming hate, but I just got reminded of how awful it is that Canada keeps bursting into flames. Due to climate change issues, it's the new norm amongst other issues. Anyway, she wants to duke it out, yada yada, evil apes, but she's a fucking fish. She wishes for us to swing at her with all the might of a child aged 6 to 10 can muster. But she realizes that she doesn't actually want to fight us either, and fucking finally. I got the shot that shows her ears have holes in them. Damn near all the art I've seen of her lacks this detail. She brings up that we remind her of a guy with multiple child murder charges against him, and that like us, this guy probably doesn't want to fight. Which means that she doesn't know. Which means that Alphys didn't tell her, or Asgore didn't either. And from memory, Asgore knows that his soul is needed to cross the border. Or barrier. She decides to just wait until some horrid human falls down to take their soul instead. Which doesn't, you know, deal with the whole apotheosis into godhood and wiping out humanity thing. Oh no, sad house. She's gonna bunk with the Bone Bros and decides to stick us with an 18-carat run of bad luck by turning us into a courier. But hey, at least we didn't knock up some lady in Montana to get this far. The package is destined for a sweaty bisexual lizard, as most packages tend to be. Sounds like only fire lives here now. He gets it. Seeing a character in a game full-on say headcanon activates something within my mind. It made me pause for a bit while I was playing. Huh. A chainsaw, you say? The dogs and Grillbees discuss how Alphys hasn't been replying to their letters. Wonder what that's all about. I checked in on Undine and Paps. She's egging me on to deliver a letter, and Paps insults my standards for eloquence. A return visit to the back alley girls helps show that they are kind of just shitty teens as before. I only just now realized they're an alley cat and an alligator. We make our way over to the lizard's lair to deliver her this totally platonic letter. Guess it did need that chainsaw. Oh no. Well, I've played enough visual novels to know what I'm in for with this dork. Her logic is flawless. Give me a cool rock or something, please. Who is she, the farmer? I've had less awkward parental deaths than this. The dump. Her favorite terrain. She actually looks really good like this, the hair and the outfit. These disaster lesbians really know how to find a winged child to help them score. She's also of age. Telling the truth will set you free, lesbian lizard. Her people-pleasing attitude is something that I've seen in many abuse victims. In lieu of flight, fight, or freeze, they instead fawn. They avoid the conflict by giving what somebody wants. But that doesn't really lead to growth or betterment for themselves or for their loved ones. If my years on the internet have taught me anything, it's that role-playing can save many problems. In fact, it has some origins and use in psychiatry, working through things in safer environments. Pussy purveyors will do anything besides get they pussy ate. Holy shit. Here I realize the other responses are just bad role-playing. Haven't seen the writing skills of Strange on the internet long enough. Yeah, she's so brave and nice that she tried killing a kid more than 0 times, but continue. Now that's the Undyne I know of, a stereotypical anime character. That face. She's got so many face ingredients going on here. Toby, the fuck have you wrought? But I decided to tell her the truth, since to do otherwise would fly in the face of the previous moral lesson. It's also funny to force those talking fish to have an existential crisis. We get dumped off in the flowers again and make our way back, and on the way we get a suspicious as fuck phone call from Paps about how Alphys is at her home and we should go talk with him. His howdy is a bit suspicious beyond just the rest of it, but having dealt with enough suicidal lesbians to fill a Subaru, only the best sapphics hang down at the damp and dire dump. I hit up the two dorks before heading on over to see the nerd. I too have skin. Unfortunately, even after love has been declared, they're still awkward about things, but her caring is cute. For now, anyways. We find this note on the ground. I'll read it as is. Hey, thanks for your help back there. You guys, your support really means a lot to me. But, as difficult as it is to say this, you guys alone can't magically make my own problems go away. I want to be a better person. I don't want to be afraid anymore. And for that to happen, I have to be able to face my own mistakes. I'm going to start doing that now. I want to be clear. This isn't anyone else's problem but mine. But if you don't ever hear from me again, if you want to know the truth, enter the door to the north of this note. You all at least deserve to know what I did. With my experience, it reads very much like the sort of note you'd find in a box under a bed, or on a desk, or maybe on a sink. If you ever had to find such a letter, I'm sorry. I hope that, despite everything, you're able to keep going. And to those that have felt compelled to write one like it, I hope that you are doing better and have found a life worth living.
We're on express elevator to hell, going down.
Time for spooky shit! I will summarize the logs that we found in the lab. Alphys was set to do soul research for the king, to get them out of the underground. A method that wouldn't require killing humans to bring his people to the promised land, but the barrier is powered by soul juice or something, so she's gotta use monster souls somehow. Monster souls don't last outside of their body since they're mostly magic or some shit, I guess. Humans are mostly physical, so their souls last longer. You'd think being made of magic would make you better at becoming a spookster, but like, I guess not? The entries aren't all in order. It's skipped 4 for now. She discovered the human's abilities to linger after death. She calls it determination. Something we've been riddled with the entire game. This yellow-bellied and bodied lizard has a vending machine full of chips down here. A note about how to fix the issue, but like, I gotta go deal with spooky shit first. Next note says that Asgore gathered up some comatose monsters to get injections of human juice into them. But that just sounds like making a revenant or something. I don't want to watch Jack Dawson get fucked by a bear again, man. Evidently, shooting them up with human juice just made them forever not dead. Oopsies. The families want the dust for rubbing on the dead loved one's stuff. Also, her operating tables are sticky. I sexually stimulate 3 sinks before finding one with the white stuff inside. Unfortunately, it's not spunk. It's spooks. Some more of that earthbound influence here, at least the twisted imagery seen within. To beat them, we must reject their embrace, deny them our joining with whatever they are. We got the red key for enduring them, and enduring them, I don't think we grew that much stronger. Another terminal. Elvis decides that since the deadish monsters aren't getting up, that she'd just keep injecting them with more determination, which led to one of them opening their eyes. This bitch really got the unregistered guard. This bitch really got that unregistered God particle level of science down in her basement. Or it could technically be anywhere since the elevators are mag lifts. Besides the empty dog food bowl, there's an empty bed, so of course I lay in it. Even in the darkest places, we can find kindness. Found the yellow key in a bed. Next entry states that all the nearly dead people are up and about. Sure hope that bodes well. In a room of yellow flowers, our entries discuss finding a vessel that is neither monster nor human, since you seemingly can't jam a monster soul into a monster, or a human soul into a human. Seems kinda homophobic if you ask me. Apparently, she considered this round of research a failure, with the seeds from the flowers sticking to her being a major downside. Another jump scare-ish being. Another fight with a horrid beast. Satisfying its pacification requirements via reminding it of who they used to be. I leave the encounter and find a blue hole that needs filling, but I gotta go get the blue key first. Alphys's next entry is about how the soul stuff didn't work out, but at least she found a way to make intelligent undead or something? The flower she was touching was sent back to Asgore's garden, and the human souls returned to his basement or whatever. But she also told the families to expect their perfectly normal living relatives back soon. An out-of-order machine talks about her relationship with Metaton deteriorating. How she worries that after he's gotten his body, he won't talk to her anymore. And how her gooner instincts get in the way of working on the body. This next monster is moderately terrifying, so I'll just skip to the end. The next entry is when shit went to fuck. It's like walking up to your mom's room in the middle of the night and you need something but don't want to get punished again. Kick-ass skull and an interesting fight with a save point mimicking Amalgamate. Next up is a room that has old VHS tapes. One side has anime. In the center is a TV with tapes all ready for us to view in a specific order. I'll play the tapes as is since there's music over them and I don't want to ruin the vibes. No idea who the fuck was filming that last one, though. To the left are more cartoons and some hentai seemingly, covered in goonish fluids. Further left is another entry in which Alpha says she was looking around for more research material and found family tapes that went unwatched, which means she actively prevented Asgore from learning about so much backstory stuff. Maybe she just is kinda shitty. Then again, her boss kills kids. The DT ejection machine reminds me of Photoshop Flowey's face some. The next entry is about how she's avoiding talking to the families of the undead creatures she's made. Something tells me she's not the kind of doctor with a good bedside manner, or like even a real doctor. Asgore left her some messages, mostly about how people are pissed at her not being able to be given their dead family members. Her shinobi way becomes that of the trash heap. Time for one of the sadder amalgamates. She doesn't even try to hurt us. We laugh and keep laughing. It's so funny, we can't stop. Tears run down her face. She remembers her son. Eventually, I wrap up all the key bits, finally able to move on to the next area. These next two terminals are off for now, we can finally turn the power back on. Of course, this wakes up a bunch of the amalgamates. Thankfully, we get rescued by their creator. She says she was trying to get the power back on, but I don't believe her. She wasn't anywhere down here. Lazy little fucker. Alphas call suicide cowardly, but having done suicide prevention, saving the lives of 149 people, I can say that it is not cowardice that leads to it. Though in her particular case, she did kind of fuck up big time, and didn't want to face the blowback. It's a messy situation with this fuck. And here I thought the Umbrella Corp rejects were functioning as intended. Turns out that they turned into goop from being filled with the thing that makes humanity able to deny reality and intended actions. Humans are seemingly just built both different and better. Though magic is dope as fuck, she decided to not tell anybody about it since she turned people's dying loved ones into goop monsters. That sort of behavior makes you unpopular. Dog, straight up, I don't get what she has to believe in. Her biggest accomplishment was technically a lie because Asgore doesn't understand a ghost monster being put into a fucking robot is not the same as a soul being used in any way. I sure as fuck hope she doesn't mess up this badly again. Sure, she's one of the most fuckable creatures. I meant characters, but it has nothing to do with her actual credentials. At least the amalgamates want to get to go home. I wonder how their existence compares to, like, going in for surgery and they cut off the wrong leg or something. Because at that point, you gotta get the other one cut off too. Like, will the monsters be able to sue her or sue the crown? The previously off screens are on and they have Flowey's face. A flower, the eldest of the garden, was the candidate for injecting with determination. As it turns out, it broke out and left. I may be losing track of what info is available right now to the player, but suffice to say that we know some things about who Flowey really is. We get a call from somebody who we've never heard before. We are called by the name of that first fallen child. We've somehow fed into their machinations, and as was confirmed by some white person on the internet, the voice was of Azrael, but not as we know him from the tapes. We were spit out of the elevator that is now covered in vines, like the ones Flowey can make. Pretty late to say it, but I find the walk animation charming at times. But this is it. We're finally at... We face the king under the mountain again, a repeat of events that happened already. That's the thing about stories that involve time manipulation. But this time, things are different. She may have her shortcomings, in this world and others, but she understands as any good mother that children should never be forced to kill somebody. As she says, as terrible as Asgore is, he deserves mercy too. Man, when your ex-wife would have made a better villain than you, you know you fucked up your sympathetic villain arc. Dude even tries to just be friends, but she's still appalled by both his dogshit planning and his child murder. But looks like we got more friends showing up. It's kind of funny how nobody once asked this kid's name. But also, Asgore is like the most divorced man ever besides a certain billionaire that used to roleplay as his own child online. Nice Avatar reference. She canonically could have watched Avatar, actually. Good thing Toriel didn't turn into the moon. Toriel's dopey-ass smile gets me on the rewatch. She's just so happy to be here. Oh hey, look, the lizard showed up. Do these dipshits not know their own history? At least Paps is here now. He's one of my favorite hate crimers. I like that Sans just slides in over the UI. At least he and Goat Mom finally get to meet, and in better circumstances than in other worlds. I like that Paps got the order of who's the clone mixed up. And Alphys finally admits she tried getting the D out of the divorced dad. The gay robot wants them to just fucking get it over with, though. How the fuck is Mettaton here if he... You'll see what I mean. Undyne talks like most lesbians I know online when she's flustered, just as Alphys reminds me of several of them in general. Just, you know, with significantly less penises. After Mom clam jams the door, she congratulates us on making friends with people that will use and attempt to murder a child before somebody realizes things don't add up. But as a certain gay clone once said, it's not over yet. It's him, the kid at the center of all this, the missing piece. Oh no, puberty. This is it, as the game says. This is the end. Within us rests the hopes and dreams of an entire civilization, carrying the determination of all those souls that fell along the way to this point. The music here is phenomenal, and his attacks are a kaleidoscope of color. The sort of stuff you'd expect out of a child that's still in grade school, only his time spent in a hell he couldn't escape from had eroded his mind, leaving a true monster in a shell. But now he's free, to face us with the terrible might of a god of hyperdeath. Even his attacks invoke a child's imagination. Chaos Saber, Shocker Breaker, Star Blazing. He's no longer a nihilistic little gremlin he wants to play after all this time. No longer constrained by the form of a flower. But he's still too raw. His apotheosis not allowing him to adjust to the feelings he's been devoid of for so long. If he had had his way, we'd be here fighting together, playing for eternity. He can feel our determination just as we can feel the hopes and dreams of those that mourn the boy he once was. Freed from the flower, now his true power fills all the darkness here with light, the barrier bleak in comparison to his show of arcane might. He sees us as the return of his lost sibling, himself as our brother again. This playdate on a scale that dwarfs everything we've seen so far. We've seen the history, a broken family, but it can be repaired. We may not be Kara, but even this lost boy can still be spared. He knows we won't give up, that we'd keep fighting for those that we love. To do otherwise would to lose our determination. Like a paladin's faith or zeal, we need to believe in our cause and be a true hero. We need to defy reality itself to get a better ending. We need to rewrite this tale. The way he words this, incredulous about the love that we have, he can't quite still comprehend his own feelings. It's like a homophobic gay guy. Our first death, but not even death can claim us now. We refuse it. And again. And again. He thinks to end this timeline, this world of death and tragedy. But we can outlast this tantrum and show him that it doesn't have to be a world of kill or be killed. This dork is so anime. A fraction of my true power. Oh no, he's wide. As I have mentioned before, the heart pendant. Look at his chest. It's more obvious now. In his chosen godly forms, he still chooses to have the necklace he shared with a sibling all those years ago. Also, he's like the little angel from the prophecy and shit. No big whoop. All we can do now is struggle, despite him trying to convince us to give up. To give in to his demands would be to acquiesce to despair and banality. To accept reality as it is, rather than what it can be. Toby didn't make this game to suppress imagination or desires. This game is a celebration of what we can make in open defiance of the nightmarish world that we find ourselves in. Despite us dying again, we are able to persist in defiance of his disbelief in us. even as the whole world is ending. We can't move our body. Nothing happened. We struggled, and nothing happened. We tried to reach our save file, and still, nothing happened. We tried yet again, but still, nothing happened. Saving the game might really be impossible, but maybe with what little power we do have left, we can save someone else. All of our friends, they're inside of him, and we can reach in and try to awaken them. Deep within, something resonates. The lost souls of Toriel and Asgore, blanketed by their sins. We remind them of who they are by eating the slice of pie from the start of the game. And having tried the pie for myself in real life, I gotta say it's rather good. We hug Mother Toriel and tell her that we'll see her again. This helps to awaken Asgore as well, with the two reminding us that we are the future of both the monsters and humans. After this, something begins resonating within Asriel even more. The lost souls have forgotten how they've changed or grown. Undyne was forced to think that humanity needs to die. Reminding her of the commonalities between people helps her remember who we are. We support Alphys, engage with her on her interests, and ask for her help with something. She remembers that her friends do love and support her, even if she isn't a very ethical doctor. It's more the intent than the results, though. By hiding the results for an unknown amount of time, she did kinda fuck up hardcore. At least she lost her job later. Something within Asriel is now strongly resonating. It's working. We remind Papyrus of his love of puzzles. He's stuck wanting to capture us. Sans is burned by his nihilism. Reminding Sans of his judgment of us, it leads us to seeing that Papyrus is still stuck wanting fame and admiration so much he'd hurt others. What finally frees them is a bad joke about skeletons, setting them free to be our friend and root for us. We can feel all of their souls within him now, but there's one last person that we need to save. Somebody who's been in the dark for a long time, trapped by the memories of Asriel. We call out to the fallen child, Kara. With our friends at our back, supporting us, we can save the young child that they are still grieving for. He tries to reject our love, our kindness. He may be the god of hyperdeath, but deep inside is a child that's been trapped for what were likely decades in a body that cannot feel any of the emotions that we are showing him. He calls us by the name of his lost sibling, a child that, like us, likely came from a bad home. As he sees in us a beloved sibling, he can't even muster the will to harm us directly anymore, like how his mother's attacks would evade us near the end of her fight. He sees us as a sibling because we understand him, either because we can control time or because we're the only one who really knows who he is. Deeper still, He just cares about his sibling more than anything else. The love of a sibling is different than the love of a parent. And having had complicated relationships with both in my life, I get it. It could be the metatextual nature of the game, that he knows this will end as a whole, but he doesn't want to lose us again. The relationship between the human, Chara, and we, the player, is a complex one. One that doesn't have a concrete explanation. But for me, this is yet another sibling that I want to try and save. Ezreal breaks down, utterly, unable to let us go, and tries to force us back to a prior save. But our determination to save this poor, unfortunate soul won't allow it. To the point that nothing but save as an option gets removed. Either because of his attack, or us shedding any notions besides doing what must be done. He's defeated at this point. Soft pleading. Fear of loss. Of isolation again. Until finally, he turns back into a kid. And with that, the prophecy is fulfilled. Well, it's not hard for a game to get me to cry. I can't see the scene and not tear up. Our efforts for him are similar to my work in suicide prevention, so it resonates with me even more so. Firstly, how the fuck do they know Frisk's name now? Do they retain the memories of Azrael hearing the child's name? Secondly, the game is basically over. These dorks all have some dialogue if you want to check it out, but I don't want this video to take another 10 minutes, so I'm gonna just go ahead and sing a song for the only person we weren't able to save in the end. Thank you. I'll say goodbye soon. It's not the end of the world. Don't blame yourself. And though it's true, I will surround you and give life to a world that's our own. Thank you. I'll say goodbye now. Though it's the end of my world, it's not your fault. And since it's true, I won't forget you. You gave life to my world, though it's gone. Wait, don't leave. Maybe you can be free. It can't be true. Somehow I'll save you. I won't leave you here. There's nothing to fear. Don't let go. I'll light your way home. Thank you. I'll say goodbye soon. Not everyone can be saved. don't blame yourself now. And though it's true, I will be with you, giving life to our world. Wait, don't leave. Maybe you'll stay with me. What can I do to save you? Please, it's not too far. We'll gaze at the stars. Just hold on. There's so much you haven't done. Thank you. I'll say goodbye now. I hope you find happiness. You should move on now. Everything's new. The flowers are in bloom. Now go back to your world. To your home. Thank you. I'll say goodbye soon. It's not the end of the world. Don't blame yourself. And though it's true, I will surround you. After a lot of backtracking, I find him as he was, as we want him to be. I did some weird stuff as a flower. What a fantastic line. Few other games can get away with that. The same can be said for the world that you and I live in, unfortunately. That's why the pacifism of the game doesn't resonate with me all that much. He understands that, in a more ideal world, we should strive to never kill or be killed. I just wish we lived in that better world. After all that, he's stuck in a dialogue loop of, Frisk, don't you have anything better to do? We'll get back to that later on. We gotta close out this game. Once we walk through these doors, the adventure is over. Our friends will join us above ground, freed by the angel after all this time. I too was left a bit stunned by the ending. A new dawn for the people, a new start for Frisk. Because, after all, after I stop this game, it's their life to be lived. As I decide to leave Frisk in her care. As I've mentioned or hinted already, I assume they can use the parental love. I would like to now go over the characters themselves, now that you know the story of Undertale. Now that we've seen the stories of the entire cast, dated a few of them, seen at least one of them die from their own child, I can now talk about this colorful cast of characters. Normally this section would have been before the main story section itself, but as you knew either from watching this video or from having played the game previously yourself, it's hard to talk about them in any meaningful way outside of the context of how the game covers them. Well, with the time manipulation and all that fun stuff. In lieu of giving each of them their own segment like I normally would for these sorts of videos, I'm just going to talk about them in this section. This video is already going to be long enough, and I don't want to drag it out even more than I have. To start with, we have the first friendly face we see in the game, that of Toriel. And this will be mostly off the cuff, so have fun listening to me coming up with all this stuff. I have bullet points, though. So, standard tutorial guide character, but with a twist of, well, chances are you know how to play these sorts of games. So, the overbearing nature of her, and that of a mother figure, right, is something that, you know, the commentary on the genre as a whole. But you see, the thing is, right, is chances are, like me, you also might have mommy issues. If you like Undertale, you probably have mommy issues. And so, there's the exploration of a mother figure beyond just the aspect of her being a mother in the capacity that we normally typically see a mother being in a game or a story. Toby mentioned in the, I believe, the 10th anniversary live stream about how Toriel was his attempt at making a mother that exists outside of the story purpose of being the mother of the main character. So in that aspect of exploring her connectivity to the player, to the player character, which it gets a little fuzzy because of the whole Frisk thing, like ties back to the whole I couldn't really talk about the character. Fuck, the character we play as, we're playing as a kid that isn't us. We're not Frisk. Which gets more questions raised later on in Deltarune. It's very interesting stuff. I mean, of course Toby doesn't answer a whole lot of things, so it's a lot of it's to self-interpretation, because he wants these games to be interpreted by the fans. I wrote in my notes somewhere, and I probably was going to save it for the next section. Regarding the death of the author and Toby Fox, I will quote Eminem, but replacing Dr. Dre with Toby Fox. Because, and Toby Fox said nothing, you idiots. Toby Fox is dead. He's locked in my basement. You see, the death of the author is the idea that you can just sorta interpret media however you want and disregard what the creator says. Now, of course, people then try to also, in the same fucking breath, try to say, oh, but artistic vision fucking matters. You can't have both. Like, honestly. But that's a separate issue entirely. My family, similar to the Dreamers, or in Toriel's case, former Dreamer, I guess she no longer goes by the last name Dreamer. Similar. My family's stuck where they are. Stuck mentally, stuck physically. We're stuck in this goddamn county full of people that hate us. My old man lived here for most of his life, and as a trans man living in rural Michigan wasn't a great experience, but he was publicly out since before I was born, so over 30 years. It takes a lot of balls to do that. It's fucking magic. But going back to the whole Toriel smothering you thing, it makes sense for somebody with such grief and loss and then going through it over and over again. Sort of like how you might reload the game over and over again. Toriel instead is the one afflicted by the cyclical nature of things. Only it's the guy that made the Stars War. It's like poetry, it rhymes. It's not so much a time being a flat circle, though it occasionally can be quite circular. It is very much her dealing with the same shit over and over again. And then our fuck ass drops on down, and so she's gotta deal with Frisk and the player. I played as generally as ethically as one could in the game, and it's a young child, aged 8 probably, is dealing with all this stuff. The world wanting them dead. I think I said all the things I gotta say about Toriel. Getting distracted by having to look through my notes, and also the computer telling me that something via Bluetooth was disconnected 5 times in a row. I don't know what it is. The audio's still being picked up. It might be the keyboard. But, on to the Bone Bros. There is a lot that Sans and I have in common. Besides the fact that we're both fairly wide and squat, built like a dwarf. I am the tallest of a very short family. I am at most like 5'8 to 5'10. Probably a little bit shorter. But like Sans, I helped raise several kids. I helped raise my half-sibling. I helped raise my cousin who's been on the channel, Dandy. If you listen to some of my videos, she's also going to be in future. She might be in future big videos, but she's more in the Let's Play style videos and the specials I do. I helped raise her. I helped raise the two younger siblings. I've helped raise other kids too off and on. So I know what it's like to have a younger sibling sort of person in your life, and you gotta help take care of them. The Sans situation, we don't know what the parents, what's going on with their parents, but all of the parents in my family, generally just dog shit in nearly every degree. Like, just every single one was a massive screw-up in some way. Half of my parents died from drug-induced overdose, heart attacks. Another thing about Sans. So, chances are you know that Sans suffers a little thing called depression. Sans is stuck, right? He's stuck in a situation known as nihilism. Nothing matters to him because he's a scientist and he knows that life is bullshit, and perhaps he knows a thing or two about time. My thing is that I've realized how fucking fruitless and just how pointless everything is. But the thing is you still gotta make your own reason for existing. You gotta get into existentialism. You gotta get past the I cry every Tim. You gotta find a reason to keep going. You gotta find it yourself outside of the context of people in positions of power. You gotta derive your own meaning within this meaningless existence. You must put order into a world that is orderless. There's no star system that's gonna stop you from being good at painting. You just gotta do it. Listen, some little 8-year-old isn't gonna come along and they're not gonna fuck up your golden ending. I mean, they might. That is actually a thing that could happen. But they're not gonna be able to save and reload to fuck with it. That's not a thing that they're gonna be able to do. On to the next skeleton brother. Papyrus, the younger of the two, the Luigi of the two. Tall. I don't think Luigi likes puzzles. He likes Daisy, which is similar to Dandy. I've called her Daisy a few times. But Papyrus seems very unpopular. He puts a facade on of sorts. A fake it until you make it. He kind of has friends in the form of Undyne and Sans. But outside of that, I don't think anybody really gives a shit about him, right? I mean, Toriel could potentially become a friend, but that's a friend through Sans. That's just like... That's like sloppy seconds of friends, right? I don't know if that counts. I mean, she's nice. She'll be friends with damn near anybody that isn't her ex. We don't quite know what caused his insecurities and why Sans is so outgoing. We might learn more from the Delta, the Rune, because... Oh, fuck. I guess... I won't talk too much about that. I might get to Deltarune sooner. If this video does well, I'll get to Deltarune sooner. I'll be doing the chapters and stuff. I mostly care about being able to play with borders on. Hopefully there's a mod for the the current chapters that are out. I probably 1 and 2 probably have the border chapter, the border mod. I don't know why the fuck that's not just on the PC version automatically. Another knock, god damn it. But finally, regarding the Skeleton Brothers, there's still a lot. I still gotta keep going. There's still characters to talk about. But there's something that's been a decade in the making. A decade ago, I saw an animatic, right? And it was Undertale related. It had to deal with the Skeleton Brothers or just Sans. I think it was just Sans. I couldn't really fit it into this playthrough because of non-existent issues. You probably know. Wink, wink. But it is time for me to do a musical number, and through the power of editing, the musical number is gonna pop up, and you're gonna hear it. Skeleton, you are my friend, but you are made of bone. And you have got no flesh and blood running through you to help protect the bone. Skeleton, we have been friends for years, and you have seen me through some trials and tribulations and some tears, but everybody thinks I'm weird, and I should have known that it wouldn't be long until you've got me standing in an awkward position with unwanted attention and a need for an explanation, and it's not that I'm letting go of you, but I don't know what to do. Skeleton, we are so close, but you've got no body, so why do you insist on wearing clothes? Skeleton, when we were young, it was easy, even though the other kids, they would tease me, but I was only 7, I had you, but now I'm 32, and now it's different. When I take you out and you've got me standing in an awkward position and with unwanted tension and a need for explanation, and it's not that I'm letting go of you, but I don't know what to do. 'Cause sometimes at night I dream of the most terrible things. I take a hammer and I creep out of bed and I raise it high and I smash your head. Fibula and tibia and ribs and cages too. In fact, while I'm here, I'll smash the whole of you. But skeleton, you are my friend, and I could never bring your life to an end. Yes, skeleton, you are my friend, and I will be there for you until the end. And even though when I take you out, you've got me standing in an awkward position with unwanted attention and a need for explanation, I could never let you go. And that is all I know. And that is all I know. And that is all I know. That is all I know. No. The musical number happened. Chronologically speaking, you heard it, and then I'm speaking now. Doesn't matter that I recorded this all in one go. I sung it earlier. I sung it like 20 minutes before I started recording this. It's not my best thing that I've covered. The best thing that I've covered so far is probably the I Can't Decide. There's a couple other songs that I did decently well. I think the I Can't Decide song, I think that was my best work. But Skeleton song, I did it for my cousin. I remember a decade ago. I can remember it in my brain. I can remember it as if it was not a decade ago. I remember being like, oh, I can't really sing this. Because I was the age, right, in the song. I was 22. And I was like, I'm not skilled enough to sing it. Now, I don't give a shit really about that. I could have done it better, but that would have taken time to practice it. And I like the idea of singing it karaoke style, where you kind of just like, you know, you're not quite half-assing it, but you're not putting in the training required to sing it well. So that's That song is for my cousin, and I guess for your ears too. You heard it. If you're listening to this, you heard that with your ears. And with that, we're past the Skeleton Brothers. Decent-ish people. Papyrus more so. Sans pretty into killing kids. If it wasn't for a MILF, a drunken goat, gilf, greatest I'd like to fuck of all time. Next up, the Fishbean, Undyne. Her themes in the game revolve around being raised in bigotry. Meanwhile, yes, the monsters are potentially victims of a big ethnic issue, right? Being pushed into another area. There's been hints and such that maybe it wasn't all one-sided, and both sides fought real bad and nasty. But in all doings, in all beings, groups of people will always teach their kids to discriminate against other groups of people. We see this in real life. Victims teach their children to hate the perpetrators of the crimes. Those that committed the crimes also teach their children to perpetuate the crimes that were committed in the first place. It's bad poetry, right? This is some dog shit middle school poetry. No one should listen to it. Undyne, through the power of an 8-year-old kicking her ass a little bit, is taught to maybe think that don't kill all humans, right? Overcome your prejudice. That over the course of fan estimates are 50-ish years or whatever since Azrael died. It's all time with Toby Fox in his game is a bit funky. It's vague, not exacting. Within recent memory, at least, right? All of the monsters talk about Azrael dying as if it was during their lifetime. While monsters do live a long time, it was like even younger looking, like adult aged, but not like old ones. Like Gerson, it makes sense. He's so old. He's been there the entire time. He's been here the whole time. He's Sam. He's really changing the game with how old you can get. Another thing that is explored with Undyne is escapism and misunderstanding reality. She loves anime and manga and all that good stuff because Alphys told her not only was this badass, and it is badass, but also this is real shit. So Undyne thinks that there's magical princesses and giant 7-foot tall, like this is just normal shit. Unfortunately, the message is a bit muddy because guess what, chuckle fuck? Those things kinda exist already. There's a magical prince, there's big swords, there's all kinds of, like, technically, yeah, those could exist. I can't honestly answer if those things are real in the context of the Undertale world, because this child, right, fell into a hole, and there's all kinds of anime stuff going on. There's a plane, that's tsundere. I can't know what is and isn't available up top. Being detached from reality, psychosis to a level, or like other delusional things, this can majorly impair your ability to handle reality, right? And this ties back into the bigotry stuff, right? In that a lot of the times, if you listen to a racist, you're like, what the fuck is this guy on? Like, what do you mean they simultaneously rule the world and also are inferior? It can't be both. Kind of like with Undyne. Humans can't both be dog shit. Like, I don't know, does she call humans weak? I can't remember. Anyway. Don't think that anime is how reality is. That's the lesson to be learned from Undyne. I'm your spiritual advisor, and I advise you to not think that running with toast in your mouth is the way that you're going to find the love of your life. Though it might happen. I can't stop that from happening. Even even if I dearly wanted to do so. I can't clone myself that many times. Next up is another twofer McDoofer, call me Queen Lacoofer. It's the creator and the created. It's Alphys and Metaton, or as I like to call him, Metataton. I can't remember where I got that from, probably from a decade ago. Fuck, I'm old. It feels weird to talk about Undertale in terms of, oh yeah, a decade ago, back when I was paying attention to it. It's wild, man. Listen. Anyway. I'm combining them because their section, kinda, it's all the same. The core, the Hotland, I separated into different sections, but that was just for pacing and stuff. It's all functionally kind of the same area. And also, they're both pretty gay. Like, sure, Alphys might want to bone Big Daddy Asgore himself. I had to remember his fucking name. But she, she goes for the fishy smell, if you know what I'm saying. And I don't have a camera with me, but I am in fact combining two of my fingers, and then with my other hand, I'm forming a hole. And then I was inserting the two fingers into the hole, just to give you an idea of what was probably happening with these two. That's what they were doing. They probably got it on eventually. The lesson that we can learn from Alphys, and it's a messy one because she kind of fucked up pretty hard. We need to come to terms with our failures and grow from them. Now, you and I might not turn living people that were in like comas and shit into goop people, but we might, I don't know, break somebody's object, and then feel the need to cover it up. We need to not do that. I can't think of any, like, I'm just still stuck on the whole, we don't know how long it's been that these people turned into goop monsters. Like, the old lab, or true lab, seems old and decrepit. Like, dog, how long have these people been waiting? I can't in good consciousness be like, yeah, she is absolved. Like, I get that she lost her job, but I feel like, I don't know, with the right retribution, like, I can't think of the word right now. Basically, how would she pay back the families and stuff? Like, I get that they got their family members back, but they're a little bit messed up. So I'm just gonna move on to the next bit, which is more understandable, right? Is her need to be understood and cared for. Mind you, the next note I have, I just wrote kinda bullshit. I already covered that. So that's regarding the failures and stuff. Anyway, no, this is like a more normal thing to talk about. Human beings fundamentally desire to be loved and understood. And it could be argued that those are one and the same. Somebody couldn't truly love you unless they understood you. And in fact, I think she touches on that a bit at some points. In that, how can I be friends with people? How can they love me if they don't understand me? She's not understood because she turned people into goop monsters. We're not understood due to whatever issues that we have. The hedgehog's dilemma and all that, getting close risks getting hurt. And that's something that we gotta learn to be open. Though that's its own thing. I could go on for tens of minutes at a time talking about closeness and intimacy and how to open up as people, because opening up, it's a challenge because there's, with the hedgehog's dilemma, right? People can hurt you is the thing. Like, the illusion of danger, is it truly an illusion if people can hurt you? And that's a thing of, like, learning who you can trust. And that's also a messy thing. That's a one-on-one sort of situation. And unfortunately, I can't really help you. I'm not willing to sell you a fucking book or a class on how to learn to trust other people, right? That's not a thing that I can really do in a general term. That is the sort of stuff that she explores. The desire to be, to love and be loved, to understand and be understood. She just, you know, she's just kind of shithead about it. Back over to Metatan, though. He's an egomaniac that needs to be kept in check. Like, yeah, sure, he was kind of doing goodish stuff by, like, man, I gotta stop Asgore, else he's gonna genocide all of humanity. That's cool, but, like, he was also doing it for, like, selfish-ish reasons, and also, in other endings, he becomes a dictator and stuff. I know Toby was bringing up how, in some endings, Alphys rises to the occasion and saves a bunch of lives. In the inverse, in some endings, or like an ending or whatever, Mettaton becomes a dictator, and it's very Orwellian type of stuff. But the main thing about Mettaton that I can talk about at length, beyond the fact that he's just kind of a dick, is that he, and I mentioned it before in the video, he explores the idea of being a rural queer. A person whose either their sexuality or gender expression or some mystical third thing, even just being kinky. I've met motherfuckers who are like, ew, anal, and I'm like, I don't even want to talk to you if you're like that. Like, get away. Don't ask me to help you with your car or whatever. Growing up in a rural area, right, population 1,250 or so here, not a lot of opportunities to talk with and hang out with people that are of the same ilk, right? He grew up on a snail farm in just swamp-ass Waterfall. The ass and just nothing really going on. It's not even really a town like how Snowdin has, and Hotland has a resort, I guess. I guess there's Thames Village, but that's for the Thames, and that one mushroom guy. The isolation and the suppression of self. Because in smaller communities, you're expected to give up your individuality in exchange for greater group cohesion. But that sacrifices who you really are. There's more churches here than there are programs to assist those in need. I would say, you know, homeless shelters, but for our population, you'll only really need one homeless shelter. Mind you, this village is 1,250 people. The county, probably like 7,000 or something, maybe 10,000. So overall, this entire county... Actually, yeah, this village has like 7 churches. Never mind. It is, in fact, a shit ton of churches. And I think that's about it that I can talk about regarding Mettaton and Alphys. Which means that we're on to the big A himself. A for Asgore. I wrote down in my notes earlier that I was going to talk more about his fight in this section, because I did the musical number in his section. So I'm going to talk about his fight a little bit. He destroys the mercy option because he feels as though that he doesn't deserve the mercy. Right? He's already killed a bunch of kids. Like, that's the thing he does. That's just a thing. It's just a thing he does. Man. What a thing to have to say about somebody. Yeah, he straight up killed kids. At least one. I know that some of them might have grown up and become not kids. But he's killed children. That's generally, like, a no-no in, like, every culture, generally speaking, especially nowadays. Chances are, if you go to a modern country that isn't some, like, shithole village or whatever, they're gonna be like, yeah, I am against the murder of children, though we're gonna get into how that's a little bullshit. So, people are more willing to have children murdered than they're willing to say. It's more so that they're willing to not kill kids of their own ethnic group. but he is a father in mourning, wallowing in self-pity. This is a man who lost 2 children in roughly one night. It's kind of wobbly regarding the time, it's kind of iffy. But he experienced a tragedy that after, I don't know, centuries of being, like, alive and shit, it's not quite explained when they got locked away. It was back when, like, magic and swords and stuff were, like, the bee's knees. And then humanity gave up their magic to steal away the monsters. Which means that, yes, because this was, like, when... Though it's also it's also a thing of, like, yeah, it said 21X, but in our, our timeline, that is like Glocks and stuff. Ezreal could have gotten wetted up with Glocks. What if technology went through a different route in the Undertale? Though there is Gun. Flowey, one of the ghosts, spirits, hearts, souls, that's it, souls, had a fucking revolver. So at least they had revolvers. This just dives into world building issues. Anyway, his son might have gotten wetted up with a Glock. And that's no good, right? Horrible thing to have to deal with. My grandparents, I remember the day that I was sitting there on the couch with my roommates, and then I was walking around, I went to go, like, grab a snack or whatever, or, like, prepare something in the the thing where you put soup in, and it becomes soup. And I remember getting the call from my grandma, and she was like, Dad, my dad's dead. I was expecting that call eventually. I just thought that I had, like, 2 more years. And I would have been able to prevent that from happening. My grandparents are going through the death of one of their kids, their eldest. Because, Grandma abused the hell out of her kids, right? My uncle and my old man. And they both turned to drugs in order to cope with it. And so I'm not the most sympathetic to them because they did in fact cause this to eventually happen. The whole disowning me to get at his ashes and all that stuff, that made it even worse. Azrael is pretty sympathetic. Until the whole kid killing thing gets brought up. That's bad, right? He kind of doesn't really get any recompense. He stays divorced, but that's about it. He doesn't really... Everybody loves him because, as I was implying earlier, people don't really care about kids getting killed. And I'm gonna dive into that right now. Asgore killed less children than every modern United States president. Drone strikes have killed multitudes more children during each presidency than Asgore himself personally killed. To measure him more poorly than you would even the more affable ones like Obama is to ignore the very real nature of government and empires. Any government that exists today has and would kill again children to benefit those in power. Asgore killed like 6 kids in maximum. I can't remember the exact number for Obama. I want to say it was like 180 through drone strikes, because every single drone strike needs to be approved by the president from memory. In the realpolitik, and that's realpolitik with a K at the end. So the concept, right? The whole like Nixon working with the Chinese government despite saying that how much he fucking hates them. World leaders are just playing a big chess game, though at the same time it's really who controls those leaders. That's going into stuff deeper than anything than this was supposed to do. I'm basically saying that Asgore truly is a wretched being. And I wouldn't forgive him. But it's like, how do you punish this man? How do you punish a person for melting Oh, man. Killing kids is wrong, man. I don't know what to tell you. Character analysis. Asgore's kind of shitty. Like, sure, he's affable, But people loved Hitler. Like, legitimately, a lot of people liked him. They were friends with him. They let him pet their dogs. A lot of them voted for him. Bad people can be affable. I wouldn't say, fundamentally, I wouldn't say Asgore is a bad person, right? Ignoring the ignore the corpses he keeps in his basement. The mummified remains of all the kids that Asgore killed. Ignore that. Ignore that if you can. Ignore that if you please. If for me, could you ignore the fact that Asgore killed so many kids? There's monsters in real life. As his son said, the world has a lot of Flowey's, which is a good lead into the next section. Azrael and Flowey. Azrael was/is a good child that was put into a bad situation. From all that we can tell, from all of the recordings, from the flashbacks, from the out-of-game material, generally speaking, from everything that we can get access to, Azrael was a sweet young boy who was put into a situation that would potentially break the mind and soul of most adults. The love that he shared with his adoptive sibling, Kara/Chara, is the grand motivating factor in his behavior immediately after gaining back access to a body of his own choosing. Being stuck as a flower for so long, deprived of love, compassion, happiness? No, he has happiness. Basically, positive emotions that connect you with other people, like happiness, love, all that. There's a third thing, I think it's compassion or whatever. It effectively drove him not just mad, amoral is a better way to put it. Because without the connection to other people, he had no morals to base things off of. Which, I mean, that also goes into questions of, like, there are people that are sociopaths who try to live in accordance with, like, a good life. But then you have to get into, like, ethics and stuff. You have to like, you know, kind of like existentialism, right? You need to approach life in a way fundamentally different from how most people do. Most people don't reach the point where they understand, oh, nothing really matters, right? But Flowey also had damn near unlimited power and could rewind time and didn't get negative feedback in terms of emotion, so no guilt factor from killing people and seeing what it was like. So it's understandable how Azrael it's because keeping them separate makes the most sense. In the same way that you can say that, oh, you've changed. Like, if you meet somebody and they've, like, either turned their life around, either in a good way or a bad way, and you're like, oh, you've changed. There is a trajectory in far away from anything Azrael would have become. He could have been morose. He could have been just steeped in depression from the loss of his beloved sibling. But when he became Flowey, I mean, even in the early time, he still tried doing good. He helped people. And then he explored other routes, other options. Flowey, as we know him, is so far removed from the kid that Azrael was and deserves to be, right? That it's incorrect to judge the soul of Azrael based upon the actions of a functionally soulless flower that had the memories of Azrael. I'm trying to find the right way to word it, because it's also based upon half remember things from in-game, and also just extrapolations. The sorrow, the loss that Azrael feels, that drove him to his temporary madness after his ascension, his apotheosis, into the god of hyperdeath. It's from the pain of loss, the desire to have back what he lost. I can relate in some ways in that, like him, I couldn't save... Like how he couldn't save Chara. I couldn't save my own family members from their own bad choices. They didn't have the excuse of being a child. But they too, as implied through the limited amount of story we get for Kara, they too suffered as children. And that suffering followed them throughout their entire lives. And inferred why they would make the choices they made. But ultimately, they made those choices themselves. And there's not much more I can say regarding that, really. People can argue against the concept of free will all they want, but they'll still judge you for harming them. There's a good allegory here. I don't know if it was intended. Azrael within Flowey in the post-game. Because in post-game material, Flowey is kind of like a shitty little cat that they keep around. Azrael within Flowey is like a loved one that is being tormented by mental illness that neither of you can change. There's reasons why there's so much fan content regarding saving Azrael from existence as Flowey through various means. But unfortunately, the base game, there is no saving Azrael. Just unlike how in real life, you can't always save the people that you love from their biochemistry, their traumas induced upon them through those that raised them or whatever else. I hadn't thought about it, but Chara did desire to be brought back to their village. So the people that killed Azrael, it's the same culture, the same peoples that led to Kara hating humanity. And that's something to be thought about. But not here. There's other details too, like how the subversion of traditional gaming in the beginning, like how Flowey's trying to trick you, falls flat due to the game being well known, but also, if you're gonna play this sort of game, you've already played other sorts of games. It's another thing where it's like, Undertale is a game about games, right? That's fundamentally what it's about. It's about meta-narratives and all that good jazz. It's about exploring all that sorts of stuff. But Undertale as an experience, without taking into all of that other shit into consideration, playing it just for the sake of it being a game to play is less ideal than it could be, right? But that's a separate issue entirely. Might talk more about that in the what Undertale meant to me section. But we're on to potentially the hardest section to talk about, Frisk. I referenced it earlier in the video, at least in one section. And I'm going to talk about it a bit. I have not read the book / it might be just a short story. But there is a story, and I might butcher her name a bit, by Ursula K. Le Guin. Famous author. I believe she wrote... Oh, I can't remember. It's a book that ended up becoming a Miyazaki movie about a guy that can turn into a dragon or something like that. Wild Sea or something? That might be a game. Never mind. I don't know. Anyway, she wrote a story called The Ones Who Walk Away from Omelas, or Omalas. I don't know how you say it. Spoiler alert for that, I guess. It is a city in which things are really good. It's a utopia. But in order for it to work, and I don't know the metaphysical reasons for it being so, the ontological mystery of it all, like why does this have to happen in order for the town to be good? But one child must always live in poo-poo rags and just suffer all the time. I don't know, a donkey might kick him in the face every once in a while. But that child needs to live horribly. And in exchange for that child suffering, that town gets to have all the good stuff. Which raises the question, how unethical is it to kill 6 children? Because the last one's like Charasol, right? I think that's how that works. Well, the first one was Charasol or some shit. I don't fucking know, man. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of these things. Anyway, how unethical is it to kill 6 kids if it liberates your entire ethnic group, right? I don't know how many monsters there are. They say that the capital's overcrowded, but it's also empty looking. It's just like sometimes this game doesn't present itself well in some situations. But is it ethical to kill Frisk so that all the monsters can leave? The answer is no, right? The answer is obviously no. You know, don't kill kids. That's bad. It's also a question of, like, how are they going to get out without killing a kid? Of course, a human adult could get through, and they could kill the human adult, but then it's like, well, how utilitarian do you want to get with this? That's a thing to think about. Because in real life, humans are suffering constantly, and most of us don't give a shit. I remember in school, over a decade ago, I remember being, I don't know, like 15 or something. So like 2009 or whatever it was. I remember being like, wait, my country is at war. You know, with like Iraq, Afghanistan. Those are the main big ones, right? And I was just sitting there, I was like looking around, I was like, I don't feel like we're at war. And that ties into how the world turns a blind eye towards the suffering of most people. As long as you're prosperous enough, it doesn't matter who you don't know gets killed. Who you don't know suffers. The monsters didn't care that they were going to wipe out humanity. Most of them never even met a human, right? So it's something to think about and reflect upon in regards to how it connects with the real world. Frisk is a subversion of player character as player-inserted being. We are not Frisk. Frisk is their own person. A child. Frisk goes on to live their life without us. Of course, we can write about Frisk and what's going to go on afterwards. Do they save Azrael? Do they learn how to cook pie? Third thing. But Frisk is fundamentally not who we are. Are we the soul? Because in Deltarune, I guess, man, if you're watching this, chances are you already know about Deltarune. But it raises questions of our placement in the story. Who are we? Mind you, I do prefer games where it is just like, dog, I am this brain-damaged courier. I am going to pound town so many hookers and then kill the guy that shot me in the head. That's me. I did that, right? Then it's also a question of, like, is it you inserting yourself as the character or a character within the world separate from you? Because your first playthrough of a game with like New Vegas, right? You make the decisions based on how you would generally. Because we don't know the context of the world enough to make a basis for the character's morality and ideals of the setting. That's an issue with, like, choosing, like, races and cultural things in games, backgrounds, even name. I have issues with RPGs where it asks you for your name, and I'm like, okay, here's the thing. Are you asking me for one singular name, as in a first name? Or does this game want me to have a first and last name? Most games
feel like they're asking you to have just a first name, right? So it's messy when you write two names. Tying into the last section for this, and sweet Jesus, I'm going to be cutting this down, but this is nearly going to be like an hour long. So much for me trying to make this not take so much time. But I had a lot to say. This game is very dense and there's a lot of good stuff to talk about in it. For whatever issues I have regarding just the game part of the game, it spurs on thoughts and it takes on issues, and it's just, the style, it's so, I gotta stop talking about, that's for the next section. Frisk was potentially abused like I was. The exact same methods, probably not. Toby probably wasn't thinking about those specific methods, but there's enough implication there that the player could say that yes, Frisk was abused. Because as Ezreal asked, why did Frisk go up on a mountain that is known for people not returning, for humans not coming back from? That is a cursed land. You do not go up on that mountain and expect good things to happen. And so, my interpretation of Frisk, right, is they ran away. Yeah. They wanted their suffering to end. I also read the game more impactful for the individual than it just being a game. Like, yeah, tee-hee, funny game, lots of jokes, right? But this is still an 8-year-old, or whatever. And they have the capacity for violence. Then again, there's always the thing of like, well, we're the ones making them do violence. That's fucking, you can toss all that shit out the window because of the whole, like, well, we can also make them do good things too. Like, what ultimately would Frisk do? Is Frisk a good little gremlin lump child? Maybe, probably, maybe. But Frisk also knows how to flirt. That is kind of like weird. That also raises questions of like, what does Frisk know? Why does Frisk know flirting? Why does Frisk know how to shake their hips like that? And you could, hand wave it as, oh, that's part of the humor, right? But from the horrors of life, I have to think about things in terms of the horror that the individual experiences. And I think that's about all I can really talk about Frisk at the moment, going off of just these bullet points. And so with the next section, it's gonna be about what Undertale means to me. What Undertale means to me is something that is hard to describe in just a few words. So of course, I'm going to talk about it at length for a good long time, because of course, that is how these sorts of things go. It was not the story itself that drew me into the game, because I already knew the broad strokes of it. I saw people play it back in the day, all that fun stuff. It was in the experience of playing the game that drew me in. It wasn't until probably around the first third of the game, right? Probably in wrapping up Papyrus and Sans and all that, or at least Sans' time with his brother as a gruesome twosome, that the uniqueness of the game, despite any shortcomings of the actual gameplay, because it's not intended to be a game that is fun to play in and of itself, the bullet hell nature of its combat in quotations, overall making it not fun to fight. It's something to be avoided. The characters, in a vacuum, without playing it yourself, are entirely different from experiencing the game playing through. You have to deal with the emotions more directly that you're feeling as a result of them. And I think that one of the biggest issues with a lot of the people that are fans of the game is that they either didn't play it themselves or they didn't really understand it. They went in with the preconceived notions of what the characters should be, when you should meet them where they are currently as of the time that you're playing it, without thinking about them in terms of how the fan interpretations of them are. So in that aspect, in the aspect of experiencing the game itself, it succeeded as a work of art that you can experience concepts and emotions from another person, right? Which is my primary how I judge art is, does it transmit a message through creative means? Which is why mindless and soulless AI slop and things of that nature aren't truly art in any meaningful way. And at the same time, though, a lot of even conventionally created arts, right? Things painted or drawn. Generally, there are those that it's not really art. They didn't really paint it with any real meaning behind it, right? Aesthetics are separate from art, I would say. You could say that a room looks good, it's well put together, but that doesn't make the room a piece of art, nor does the time spent to do a thing make it art. It is in the meaning of the thing, the transference of information via the creativity. That's what makes the thing art. And Undertale is a brilliant example of video games as art. The game had, through its characters, through its story, through its humor, through everything else, it has a degree of childlike whimsy at times. I've made references to Alice in Wonderland, right? One of the great original isekais, or however the fuck you pronounce it. And it's a journey through a strange land. Frisk the child and we the player are experiencing a world unlike our own. Though as I mentioned earlier, I don't know what Frisk grew up with. Frisk could have dealt with big-ass robots or swords or whatever. No magic, though, because the humans gave up their magic to seal away the monsters, to create apartheid under the mountain. But Toby and I have a similar sense of humor, so a lot of it really resonates with me. We have similar backgrounds on things that we watch, like Homestar Runner, I believe is one of the things that's been mentioned as he's been into, and I'm like, yeah, I also grew up with the Homestar Runner and the Strong Bad emails being a particularly fun thing to watch through. It's been years, though. I really ought to show them to my cousin at some point, though I don't know the best way to do it since Flash is down, and I don't know how well their website survived all of it. One of the highlights for me in terms of Toby and I having a similar sense of humor is during his, I believe, 10th anniversary live stream, he was talking about how Alphys, design-wise, has a pearl necklace because of Lisa Simpson. And then he brought up that Marge also has a pearl necklace. And my first instinct as soon as I heard that was, oh, so, like, it's genetic. And he then said something along the lines of, do you think it's genetically passed down through the mother? And I was like, he and I are on the same wavelength. That little yappy little dog on that couch and I on this fucking chair, consuming the chair as a spiritual object that I'm melding my body into, as he is there in his speech-to-text-to-speech device, or whatever the fuck it is. I've been told it's speech-to-text-to-speech, but there's a lot of grammar things in there that I'm like, that's being manipulated in some way. It's not picking up his voice that well. The game's anti-violence reminds me of another work of art that I believe the manga is finished. I don't think the anime is close to being finished. Actually, I don't know if the manga is finished. Anyway, oh, fuck, I can't think of the name of the anime at the moment. It's the one with Thor, Vinland Saga, that's it, Vinland Saga. And I guess spoilers for Vinland Saga, well, at least light spoilers, just like general themes and stuff beyond the first season. I don't know how far into the manga it is. It's probably I believe that first part was with the first 20% or some shit, something like that. Anyway, so, Vinland Saga is also about anti-violence. It is about being strong enough that you don't need to fight, which is something interesting, right? Because most games, you grow in strength in order to fight better, but Undertale understands that
fighting in a game, combat in a game, is generally, at least for games that are about the story, the payment that you make in order to get to the story, in order to earn the story, some might say, is in the expertise you gain in the fighting, right? You gain access to the good story beats because you beat this boss fight. You unlock the story, you unlock the purpose of the violence, right? You are fighting in direct opposition to the active threat to the main story. Most stories have you as a reactor to other individuals' actions. Very few games are about, in fact, stories, movies, TV shows are about the proactive individuals. Heroes are rarely proactive, they're generally reactive. These two stories, taken at their core message, are about how we don't need to fight. Though at the same time, fighting does end up happening in both, so it's just like... It's like what Azrael said, in that you should strive to not kill or be killed. But sometimes we live in imperfect worlds. We live in worlds that are in fact full of death and tragedy. This channel exists because of death and tragedy. So it would be dishonest for me to say that the world is a good one, that the world is a kind one. The world is nothing besides either the natural elements of it, which are inherently chaotic, though they do follow rules of gravity and all that good stuff, but we can impose upon it. We can impose upon stories. Stories can impose upon us an order to things. So it is beautiful in its own way to consider that violence is not in and of itself the goal, despite the fact that most video games revolve around dealing damage to others. So that's a pretty neat thing to consider. During the video, I used we to refer to the PC or the player character, or the player character's actions as well. I used we because of a bit of tricksy bullshit on my part, but also because I've been off and on using we in reference to the fact that my old man half his ashes are near me as I'm playing the game. So we collectively are playing through the games, though we're not on a couch and he's not falling asleep from being dope sick or something. But it's also because Frisk is involved as well. So the we of this game is the we of myself, my old man, and Frisk. I tried to specify when it was things I'm specifically choosing at times, because I couldn't really refer to Frisk as their own character until it was revealed. I don't think I ever at any point said... I might have said the child at times, like the human child did a thing. Because without the player's input, I think there are times when they do something, but not a whole lot. That also ties into Deltarune and like our input into the character's life and how much of Frisk is Frisk, what all that Frisk does is what we do. People generally think that all of the kinder acts are things that Frisk would do. I believe one of the few things, actually, now that I think about it, one of the few things that are direct, that's not just inference, like from potential abuse and all that stuff, is that Frisk fucking hates soda. If I recall, I can't remember. I don't remember I clicked on soda, but the Frisk doesn't like soda, which is funny. Another thing, which is just more of an inference thing, is that Frisk is well attuned to digging through garbage. But that's just a thing you can infer from it, sort of like the whole flirting aspect. So yeah, that's why I did the Wii things. Not the Wii U things, or the Wii, the Nintendo console that we had for a bit. The sensors didn't really work for us.
Toby is on record saying that he wants you, personally, you, the listener, to go out and make 1,000 more skeletons. He wants people to make things. This ties back to the, don't you have anything better to do? Because once you're done with the game, once you've done all that you want to do, the core ending of the game, Toby would like it if you went out and made your own game, or made your own art, or made your own whatever. Made your own stories and offshoots of his things. From what I've seen, it's mostly just edgy alternative universes where people wear black and red and stuff like that. I gotta look more into the ones where they save Flowey, save Azrael from Flowey in some ways, which is fascinating idea. And it's like poetry, right? It rhymes, because his own works are inspired by and started as fan fiction. I guess his most famous work was with Homestuck, but his most famous, like, the big project he worked on was a Halloween hack or whatever. You might even call it the Halloween hack for Earthbound/Mother, and I don't know if it's the first one or if it was the second one or whatever. But his works directly have roots in the fan-made side of things, in the cracking of game engines and working with them and in modifying them and all that. Some of my favorite works within different series is in fan mods. Fallout New Vegas has many fantastic fan mods, even though some of the fan mod authors are overdramatic little bitches at times about things, but that's a separate issue entirely. That's a mod culture issue that's separate from Toby's sphere, as far as I can tell. A piece of work that I was reminded of throughout the game, through its themes, through its story, through its humor, is that of Terry Pratchett's Hog Father. And I'm not going to get the quote exact and all that. I'm going to give you the gist of it. I hope you receive my gist in jest. And it's that humans need to believe in the little wise at first, right? You believe in things like Santa Claus, I was gonna say the Easter Bunny, but he doesn't really do jack fucking shit. You believe in Santa Claus because the idea that, well, it's mostly used as a thing to control children by their parents, but you believe in mythological figures because to believe that good things can happen in this world outside of just the pragmatic and the practical helps ease children into believing in things that are also artificial, like peace and love and justice. Love is a chemical reaction in your brain, but it's also in the actions that you undertake for the betterment of other individuals. And some say it's a selfish thing to help somebody because it's just gonna make you feel good about doing the action. But ultimately, how the fuck is that bad? Peace, the absence of war, the absence of violence, isn't any more real than, say, gas station drugs. I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good way to put it, because this is also off script. This is bullet points. I'm working off of bullet points still here. Peace. We are so used to war. America might have been at war with a country, like, to some degree when I was born, probably. The mid to late 90s was considered a good, peaceful time, but America does love its wars because they're so ever so profitable. Just like any empire finds a war to be profitable. But we have been stuck in what Orwell called a forever war. We have been at war with the concept of terrorism since 2001 or so. You know, something big happened, and it wasn't just the release of Halo 1 or GTA 3. Though, that wasn't pushed too far back, I believe, if I remember right. GTA 3 wasn't pushed back into 2002, I believe. It just had to have some stuff removed from it. We believe in justice, the idea that wrongs can be righted, that bad people can be punished, even though in practice those things don't really happen. And as the Hogfather at the time, who was death, as in like the Grim Reaper, but he's a pretty cool guy. His job is he's a psychopomp. His job is just to move your soul to the next place. As he said, something along the lines of, take every molecule in the universe, sieve it through the finest of sieves, and find me a grain of justice. Because justice is a concept, such as peace is. Though peace is more of a negative space, where violence surrounds it. Justice is truly a human-made concept. Because justice isn't really found in the animal kingdoms or in nature. There are rules and laws of gravity, as I've said before, but even those can be fickle given enough weird space stuff. So just as the Hogfather, just as Death said to us, we too need to learn to believe in the lies of a better world. Because what are lies? What are myths, except for lies that our ancestors told themselves to make them feel more comfortable? But the thing is we live in a time of abundance, despite what you might consider evidence to the contrary. We produce enough food to feed everyone. We have empty houses that outnumber the homeless by multitudes. Clean water's kind of also an issue, but that's more because we haven't quite cracked how to turn salt water into regular drinkable water without the worry of oversalting the ocean or producing other problems. But clean water, we can work better on that though. And of course, medicine is just an issue of not enough doctors and it's a for-profit industry. But there is a more just world. We just haven't made it yet. For now, it's a lie, but it can become truth. Near the end of the game, or rather, as I was covering the last two sections, I had thoughts of, out of everything he could have chosen to be, out of everything he could have chosen to write about, to dedicate so much time and energy to, Toby chose to be kind, and to share his ideals of kindness with the world. I am glad that Toby chose to lie to me about more loving people. Azrael's moments near the end of the game, when he was speaking to us as himself, made me think of this. It also reminds me of a quote from a different game, which I will cover eventually on the channel. It's more so an issue of, do I cover the prequel first, or do I cover the first game? And the quote, though, is, take a chance that love exists, and do a loving act. Because that is how we make the lie into reality, to truth. We help others. We create a better society, a better culture, a better civilization. Because at its heart, the reason why we stopped just hunting and gathering, the reason why we turned to agriculture, is the amount of labor that is put into what we need to live can be reduced by working together. And the fact that people are working 40 plus hours a week on some things don't even truly matter. A lot of call centers don't matter. Those people could be doing other work. Work for the sake of work is a philosophical concept. I've heard it's the Protestant work ethic is a big part of it. It's a lie of the modern system that we must work or else we have no value. The thing is, though, is that the only thing that differentiates you between another worker or another person is that they just don't have your job yet. Most jobs, most people are interchangeable in that manner. Your average McDonald's employee is performing just as well as any other. Some might be outliers, but ultimately it's just bringing you overpriced and, as of late, pretty not great food. I don't know if they have suffered through shrinkflation. I can't really tell because it's hard to judge the size of nuggets from now to 7 years ago. But I forgot where I was going with this. So suffice to say, oh yeah, I know where I was going with this. The art that we create, the things that we do, the love that we share, those are the things that make humans into people. To be a person requires personality. Personality is not derived through, hey John, per your last email, sales are up 3%. That is not what you derive your personality from. Though if you do derive your personality from ensuring that billionaires can fuck more children, maybe learn to have a life, right? We are the only method by which a consciousness can perceive the world around us in a way that is tangible and meaningful. As far as we can tell, we haven't found any aliens. I truly hope they're out there because I want more things to fuck. As a wise man once said, if you got this far on my channel and you don't want to fuck aliens, I don't know what to tell you. I'm gonna move on from this section because I think I've said everything I can regarding, listen man, go and dance a jig, go and sing a song, go paint a cool tree. Be a person. You are more than the labor you do in order to get by in life. You deserve to love and be, unless you're a piece of shit, you'll deserve to be loved and to love. I guess it's time to fucking wrap up this section. Now that we've found out what's within the rabbit hole, and I don't mean, oh fuck, who's a fuckable rabbit character in any? That the My Hero Academia lady. No, wait, fuck, I forgot. She's probably, listen, I don't know what the fuck her age is, so I don't know if I should make that joke. Anyway, I can safely say that the friendly RPG where nobody has to die has been one of the most impactful games that I've covered on the channel so far. It is games as art at its most explicit. It has meaning in ways that most games don't. And with that is the bulk of the video. I will see you in the intro, because that's past me. That was like recorded 3 weeks ago. I gotta record the video component of it. I hope you enjoy it. The collages are fun to make. Still, due to a lack of having the space currently, I have not been able to make a small shrine for my old man yet. So to the digital world this determined child goes. I'd like to thank you for watching, as well as my current patrons over on Patreon. There's only 2 at the moment, but their support still means a lot to me. Their names are Connor and Leon, and I'd like to thank them for their continued support. If you'd like to support me, there is a link to my Patreon in the description of this video. My next big video is on Borderlands 1. I've been playing through it with my cousin, so it will be the first big video that will feature somebody else along with me. We've been having a wonderful time playing through a game that my old man originally got me like 16 years ago, but he unfortunately never had the dexterity to get into. See you next time, and until then, stay safe, stay strong, and remember that trans rights are human rights.